Kabbalists, the Arizal, Isaac Rabbi. They or they also separated by maintaining separate kosher slaughter. And it's not that they're saying that regular slaughter is not kosher. They would just like to be more careful. And they specifically had a dispute over whether the blade of a knife should be sharper or should be more perfectly honed. The reasons for this, I think, was a little bit beyond what we want to go. But basically, we argued that the knife should be handled a little bit differently than it used to be handled. But they all agreed on the laws of Islam. This also meant that the revenue stream from the kosher meat would no longer go to the traditional town rabbi. Now it would go to the Hasidic slaughter. The Vilna Gaon, of course, is the master of this element. He says the Hasidim are just not studying. Not surprising, given that where they come from, there are no great yeshivot like there are in northern Europe and Pennsylvania. But nevertheless, he argues that they're valorizing prayer in particular over studying Talmud, which is a slight difference in emphasis in response. And instead of studying the Talmud, they're studying the Kabbalah, which is something which is so outrageous because the Kabbalah should only be studied after you already mastered the Talmud. The Talmud is considered the revealed Torah. The Kabbalah is considered the hidden Torah. So what are you studying the hidden things before you get to the revealed things? And then there's a whole bunch of discussions about the raucous, unruly, drunken behavior, their emphasis on camaraderie and singing. And yes, alcohol is an important part of the Hasidic upbringing then and now. And they argue that this is really not appropriate for much more austere, sober with what the Hasidim have an expression called to be a litzvah, right? Cold as a liquid, because they see people as the God and his opposition as being something which is dehumanizing. And finally, the discussion to argue that they practice anti-Indian behavior. There's a certain kind of discussion that they practice inappropriate sexual relations, which is probably kind of standard. It's slipped in from the Frankist movement, which definitely practiced these kinds of things, and that was a highly dissident movement that ended up converting to Christianity, and of course, Sabbatism as we see. Now, as the draft text of this ban began to circulate, and ultimately it was going to be released in 1772, the Alter Rabbi, we mentioned earlier, and Rabbi Nachman in the text, tried to go to the Vilna Gaon to have a discussion with him, but it seems that the Vilna Gaon did not want to be with him. He removed himself from Vilna in such a way that they could not actually have a conversation with the Bible, which is something that lives on in the Hasidic lore in a very good way. The Stagdim ended up pronouncing this ban in 1772, and they actually sent some Hasidic texts there. This was followed, not surprisingly, by Hasidic counterbands and other upbringings of Lithuanian books that were criticizing Hasidim. This got so out of hand. In 1791, the Lithuanians and Stagdim proposed an even stronger ban against the Hasidim that not only identified specific written words and on a general basis these behaviors, but specifically forbade non-Hasidic Jews from associating with Hasidic Jews, not maintaining friendships with them, not doing business with them, not eating the kosher slaughter, things like that. Really strong ban in 1781. And probably the darkest moment in this period that I got way out of all was in 1794 when a Ismailic rabbi in Minsk lost his job and a chassid was appointed by the community in his stead. He went to the government. He argued that Hasidism was anti-Christian and anti-government, and the Russian government was always open to hearing things like this from Jews denouncing Jews. They ended up throwing the Alter Rebbe in prison for a while, and then there was a counter denunciations of the Muskogee, things got way, way out of hand, and the battle was really set between these two major groups. Now, where we are in terms of our story is that while these two groups are fighting bitterly with each other, new factor of the snag of the masculine, the enlightenment that is going to enter the picture, and that's what we're going to talk about next week. But before we leave the fight between Holy Hasidim and the Muskogee, I'd like to talk a little bit about that impact on the Muskogee, which was in many ways unconscious, but was viewed obviously by historians. This is a picture of the famous yeshiva of the Rosh, and it is the most important institution of the learning establishment of Lithuania, by the student or the time of the Rosh. And this represents in many ways the reaction to Hasidim that was expressed in terms of a revolutionary tradition. First of all, the Hasidim were criticized for their loose attachment to Jewish textual study, so the Lithuanians redoubled their attachment to textual study in order to distinguish just how far they were from these Hasidim, who instead of engaging in Talmudic study, which, by the way, there is definitely some grounds for that criticism in the 18th century, but as you move into the 19th century, it disappears pretty quickly, and the Hasidim are also deeply involved in Talmudic study. But the Lithuanians, they redefined themselves by saying that we are really the people of the Talmud. Whereas before they had people like the Roman God, who was the pinnacle of it, and the representation of it, the Lithuanians, the Muskogee, began to internalize it far more so than other people. Studied in terms of philosophy and intensity that was unrivaled by the generations. Another example of this revolutionary tradition, the Talmud specifically became their bailiff, and they studied it more deeply than any other group. I wish I had more time to talk about the contrast between 15th and 16th century modalities of study in this part of the world, but by the time you get to the late 18th century, oh my gosh, the Litvaks are totally doubling down in the way we study Talmud. And the Kabbalah is fascinating because, of course, the Vilna Gaon himself was a master Kabbalist, and so it's not like they could say we are against the Talmud, against the Kabbalah, against mysticism. The heroic lead figure of the Muskogee was known for his deep Kabbalistic wisdom. So what they instead did was they carefully parsed out or can study it. It remained solely for the elite, and barriers were created to try and socially ostracize people who studied Kabbalah too early. Those, by the way, lived right into the 21st century, even though some of the greatest Kabbalists, such as, for example, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, the great teacher of the Arizal, said that people should begin studying Kabbalah at 25 years of age, but that was pushed back to 40, pushed back to people over 40, to Talmud, the Poskim, and so on. There was a kind of a pushback on popular Kabbalah. Rabbi Chaim of Voloshin, the student of the Vilna Gaon, wrote this rather amazing book called Nefesh HaChaim, the life of the soul of life. It's a lot, of course, because his name is Chaim, which essentially is Kabbalah for Muskogee. This is the Kabbalah that regular Muskogee are allowed to learn. It is a remarkable power. Fully 1/4 of it is devoted to discussing Kabbalah involved in studying the Talmud. Fascinating material. Finally, just to give you one example, which I think you'll see more closely than anywhere else, one of the ways that I've been listed put on some of the positions, so the first batch of it more pronounced later bands. So one of the arguments against the Hasidim was that they inappropriately idolized their charismatic leaders, known as the Sati, the Rebbe, that they regarded their leaders sometimes with messianic posturing. They sometimes practice something which was not been applied, that is this concept of Sirah Shava, the transfer God. That typical custom would say, why do you God not holy at all? Let me pray that my prayers will be remembered by the Rebbe, and when the Rebbe prays to God, that his prayers will be accepted. And so the Stadium said, that smacks of idolatry. Every Jew has the right to pray directly before the King of Kings or the Kings. And this idea of praying like your prayer should be included in someone else's prayers is really not Jewish. So they criticized heavily what they thought was the excessive veneration of the tzaddik, but they also began to absorb that value, and the figure of the Rosh Yeshiva suddenly acquired, gradually acquired many of these characteristics. If you don't believe me, have a look at your local Judaic bookstore in the biography section, where you'll see these biographies of Rosh Yeshiva that are absolutely unbelievable, and will fit very well within the bibliographic section of the Siddur. So that's basically what happened in the late 18th century with the birth of the Siddur movement and the reaction of the establishment. We'll wrap it up here. We have time for some questions, but next week we're going to go on and look at how the introduction of the Western influence dramatically changes everything. Thank you for your patience and your endurance and for your questions. We're going to conclude our discussion of the triangular conflict that shaped much of modernity. For the last 2 weeks, we spent a lot of time talking about the incredible Hasidic revolution and the roots of that revolution and what it intended for Eastern European Jewry. We spoke about the rather harsh reaction from the Slavic, from the so-called opponents of the Hasidim. And even the name itself, Nitnager, or Nitnager, English pronunciation, refers to how the traditionalists, led by the Roman Gaon, define themselves by their opposition to the Hasidic movement. And so these two revolutions sort of kind of fed off one another. Today we're going to speak about the entry of the third simultaneous intellectual and spiritual revolution that affected the Jews of Eastern and Central Europe, and see how the mix of these two groups really came together to form a broad swath of Jewish identities that are prevalent even in today's Jewish politics. So let me start by going to the root of the Haskalah, which we only touched on briefly in the last 2 lectures. The term Haskalah is related to the word for intelligence and was used as a translation for the German term Aufklärung, which is enlightenment in English, which was the popular term used to describe this kind of movement that illuminated much of Western Europe in the 18th century. Figures like the Emperor Constantine and political ideas of Rousseau and Voltaire and others, it contributed to this idea of power of human beings, specifically in men, because they have not quite been able to consider women in the same category as men, but nevertheless, still strides forward in that regard. That men could somehow be arbiters of truth, that they could be voters of truth, and they could translate that somehow into the political, social, and the personal sphere. One example is the Lofty concept of tabula rasa, which is of the Enlightenment. Tabula rasa, the blank slate. The idea that human beings are born devoid of any data, like a slate, like a black page, actually spend the entire lecture just exploring this easily. But I'm going to pick out two figures, for example. One of my favorites, another amazing figure, is Isaiah del Rossi, who lived in northern Italy in the 16th century. Anyways, not a very talented person. He was essentially a proofreader for the emerging publishing industry. But what had happened in the 15th century was a lot of earthquake in Malaya, and he fled with much of the Jewish community that lived actually in a lowland very close to the river, and they were worried about their buildings collapsing, so they actually spent a couple of weeks living outdoors, a little bit like my shul, where the tough conditions. They spent a couple of weeks living outdoors with the non-Jewish citizens of Ferrara in an unusual kind of environment, but all of a sudden, they're all in the same boat. They're worried about what will happen to the city during this literally tectonic change. And Del Rossi struck up a friendship with some of the Christian monks who were out there at the time. And they were exchanging all kinds of ideas. And this led to a kind of a epiphany to modern Christians. And for Del Rossi, he ended up writing a very important work on idea of private light care and loss. And it really took a different approach to the entire way that Jews appreciated the world. It was a tremendously dramatic work that has two things. First of all, Del Rossi really had a very wide open idea when it came to what science would tell us about totem. He did not have that kind of instinctive rejection that we see in the church about challenges to the temporary view of the universe. Earth at the center, the sun revolving around it. We see this a lot. I bet there are a lot of things that we can get from science that would help us learn about the Torah. The specific connotation, by the way, was he wrote a study of earthquakes in history, starting from Tanakh to the second thing that was really important about Rabbi, perhaps even more important for our is that he was completely willing to engage in frank, open dialogue with Christians. And this was something that was not as common as what it in the 16th century, even after the Renaissance itself. In many ways, we see this trend going back much further. We see it, for example, in Maimonides' famous comment that occurs in his introduction to the book of the chapters. We should accept truth from whoever speaks it. Perhaps anticipating the huge challenge that God would reflect that even his Mishnah Torah would be. He speaks in the 8 chapters about how he found his commentary based on rabbinic sources, and scriptural sources, and even philosophers, and Jewish and non-Jewish thinkers, because you have to accept truth from whoever speaks it. And these two ideas, the implications of modern science, as understood within an enlightenment kind of framework of the grand possibility of figuring out everything in a Newtonian model where if we just get the laws of physics right, we will be able to figure out everything that ever happened in history, in the future as well. And at the same time, this community of scholars, this idea of the tolerant university in which Jews could exchange in the marketplace of ideas with the same facility as non-Jews. That's something that Laos and these are kind of values that, again, we can't trace these much further back into Judaism, but they become especially important in the 18th century and the associated with this life. And let's not forget one other element which I touched on in the first lecture, and I personally have to be quite fascinated with the impact of Portuguese diaspora, which is shown in this map here. You will recall from that first lecture a couple of weeks ago that Portuguese Jews were typically Jews who had been forced to convert to Christianity, either in the first generation or for subsequent generations later, and they were artificially constrained by the Inquisition. It was especially fierce in Portugal. But once they got out of Portugal, they essentially used their Christian driver's with a totally different intellectual bag of tricks than the typical Jews did, you know? And they're spreading a lot of fascinating ideas, many of them deeply challenging to the Jewish status quo. People like Spinoza spoke about in the first lecture. So these things are coming together, and the 18th century we see them expressed so well and so powerfully in this thing called Messiah. Now, definitely the hero, something that's called the grandfather of Torah, is Moses. Moses was just that. He's something of a child prodigy. He came to Berlin early in Spain, and he distinguished himself in so many areas of intellectual history. First and foremost, because he was able to shed Yiddish, Yiddish tinged German that most Jews spoke. That is, the Yiddish was the overwhelmed for Germans relatively frequently, the most parity as anti-Bucket speaking of like Czar, old historic form of German with a lot of strange words in it. But he learned, the Hochdeutsch, the really refined, perfect contemporary German. And not only that, he was quite an able philosopher. He was able to actually enter the salons of the day and impress everyone for the sobriety of his thought, the expansiveness of his comprehension, and his literacy with materials. And it is not strange to us now, speaking of the 21st century, but in the late 19th century, this was like, some feral child wandering out of the woods and suddenly, getting a tenured full professorship as one of the greatest universities. So it was like a cause celebre, and for many, it was viewed as the possibility of Jews for full emancipation in Western society. It's kind of like the poster child for the very idea that Jews could have equal civil rights, that they could enter society, they could have full privileges as German citizens, which they could not. In fact, they did not achieve that until late in the 19th century. In fact, for the East in Russia, they didn't get it until the early 20th century. So post-Renaissance stood for a lot of these forward-thinking ideas. And amazingly, he did it without jettisoning his Jewish identity. You'll notice from the portrait here, he was clean-shaven, which was a little bit scandalous for Jews. Traditionalist Jews will usually deal with his name as opposite. Although there were and are a lot of possible ways to shape the beard, it was definitely not the kind of way that Jews would look in Eastern Europe at the time. This was considered, he was considered a Deutscher, a German, meaning he was hopelessly assimilated to Western values, but he never let go of the core observances of Judaism, and he considered himself an Orthodox Jew, although that term was not coined at the time. It would be coined until a half century after his death. He considered himself essentially an observant Jew in the whole ways. One of the sad aspects of him was the right that he was not able to provide this kind of sophisticated articulation of both a Jewish and a civic German identity to his grandchildren, all of the but nevertheless, before his generation, before his time, in the century, an observant Jew who had imbibed the latest thought circulating in Western Europe at the time, and was essentially saying to German society, hey, we should think about how we treat you because we have tremendous potential to contribute to society, and we can only really get there if, for example, you allow us to attend university completely self-taught, allow us to, pursue occupations that are very close to Jews and so on. So he's kind of like the grandfather of philosophy. But at the same time, you should also be aware that there are other figures, like, for example, Solomon Ryman, who is just a little bit younger than Emerson in that has some popularity and notoriety to this day, but his longest lasting contribution to Western thought is his very salacious autobiography, which is, uh, it is not the first in this genre, but it's certainly one of the most important. The so-called OTT genre, off the rail genre. Lyman himself came from a Islamic background in academia. He was, like Nicholson, a child prodigy, very learned in Talmud, and he achieved great status for his impoverished family because of his rabbinic learning skills. Married off at the age of 11, which was not that uncommon for especially talented rabbinic at that age. Very unhappy marriage, especially an unhappy relationship with his domineering mother-in-law. And so at age 13, he ran away from home. He ran away actually from his own home, abandoned his wife, and in fact did not give her death for a decade. Also abandoned his child as well, David, that would only meet him years later in Berlin. Uh, so Solomon Lyman left Lithuania, had actually a sort of a detour to detour to Mezrich, where he met their inaugural Mezrich. He has a fascinating chapter on his talking about it. But ultimately, he felt that Hasidism was albeit more inspired and more remarkable for its devotion and its enthusiasm. It was essentially what he regarded as the same kind of nonsense that he had imbibed as a Calvinist, and he just wanted to put that all behind him. He came to Northern Germany, he was in Berlin, he was associated with Emerson, got up to all kinds of trouble, visited brothels and so on, and his autobiography is very entertaining reading, but personally, I don't think it was a very enlightening individual. But he's also the face of the Haskalah, because unlike Mendelssohn, who said that we can be Jews and be good Germans and be good modern citizens of Europe, we can have it all. Solomon Lyman says, Chuck is over the side. There's some of these books nowadays, or TV series on Netflix, Unorthodox, and things like that. It's a long tradition of off the barrel, or over the content walls of types of literature, and that's the version of the Haskalah. But it's also active at the very same time. This will be especially significant when the movement begins to bleed over into the Eastern European countries. So the Haskalah in Eastern Europe, just to give you Western Europe, just to give you a sense of the kind of issues that they were facing, and the kind of solutions that we were looking for, why the Haskalah was so significant in the late 18th century. There was a false verbal scare that actually lasted for about a century. The consensus of scientific opinion at the time was that it was impossible to definitively define death by cessation of respiration and heart activity. And that, in fact, a person could stop breathing as far as 18th century devices were able to measure, and the heartbeat would not be detected, but the person would still be alive and then wake up sometime later. So this was kind of like a mania that circulated around Europe. It also reached the shores of America, and the invention of a safety coffin was actually one of the research hubs before electric. Apparently, America approved almost 90 patents for different kinds of safety coffins, specifically for this reason. There's actually a word which I forgot that specifically describes the phobia of being very high. Anyway, see this particular version. On the left is our dearly departed, who has been buried underground in this coffin. But then there's this structure that extends from the coffin up to the surface of the graveyard with this flag that looks a little bit of a mailbox creates this little image that we cloud the top of the people is so that along the graveyard you'll see that flag flying in the air and they'll have a chill right down the spine and then immediately you go to the shovels and the rest of people inspire a second time. There are also versions of this that have like bells and strings attached to it. There is a widely held belief, probably not true, but that the phrase saved by the bell refers to the ringing of such bells on safety products to the common investigators. That saved by the bell probably comes from the boxing where you have the round and you're about to be in the belly, but the belly makes the round so you can go back to the at any rate, why is this relevant to the escalade? So when Friedrich of Mecklenburg-Schwerin, which is northern Germany, heard about these things, he was quite taken with it, and he decided to go along and take the progressive scientific position and say that in Germany, or in the region that he controlled, no one could be buried until 72 hours at a lapse after the death was confirmed. In other words, they would make sure, for sure, that a person was dead before they took. And this was a tremendous effect to Jewish practices, which of course, inspired by the origins, argued for almost immediate burial, ideally within the first 24 hours of death. There were all these ideas in the Talmud that speak about the living race, desecration of the corpse, if it's left alone, it's to rot off the earth, should be deterred as soon as possible. So the rabbis were very upset about this issue, and they went to Moses Anderson for a solution. So help us out because the Duke is going to impose something on Jewish practice that is so different than what we've done for the last 1800 years. We can't have it. So Mendelssohn took two distinct positions in this very fascinating. On the one hand, he argued to the secular authorities, the Duke and others, that the Jews should be allowed to maintain their traditional burial practices, that they would have no instances of false burials, and this was a religious thing that they should be respected and so on. But to his Jewish patriots, he said, why don't we do what we said? Well, because it's science. It makes sense. We should do this. We love it, but it was also a product of his time. And also had the same concerns of the scientific community together. And so privately with other rabbis, he said, you know what, I think we should probably do this. Now, there were less people object to say, how could he, as an Orthodox Jew, propose such a radical change to Jewish moral practice? The truth is, he was really arguing, he said we should go back to a much earlier Jewish practice. It's not very well known, but in fact, in much of the Talmudic period and the Mishnah period, Jews did essentially practice a kind of a dual burial system, where the bodies would first be interred, and after a period of time, typically a year, then the bones would actually be disinterred, and they will be brought to family crypts like this one in Italy. There are such crypts that exist in Sham, in Israel, and places in Israel and in Italy, where we have these ancient catacombs that are clearly Jewish, marked with doors and things like that. So essentially, he was saying, why don't we just re-adopt the ancient practice, which is described in the Talmudic small tractate called Talmud. Why don't we just go back to that practice? That would be good with science and good with Judaism. This got him in a lot of hot water with, among others, with Yaakov Emden, who was dead set against innovation. But nevertheless, they still typically kind of consider a way to do things, saying, well, we can appreciate science, and we can also appreciate tradition. We just have to look a little more deeper into tradition to find the way we get things. And so, by trying to respect modern knowledge, which was evolving in the also respect the Torah, but not necessarily respect the traditionalists of the customary behaviors, what we would call people things which are not necessarily rooted in scriptural commands or even the Talmud and the Mishnah, but rather, customs that have sort of like attached themselves by the dint of Jewish choices over generations that would result in things like, codes of dress and beards and things like that were, more regional kind of traditions. The Escalade, under thinkers like Mendelssohn, said we should carefully examine the corpus of Judaism and we surgically remove or at least isolate those elements that are not part of the body and soul itself, but rather things like externalities. Like, for example, do we really have to wear those tough things everywhere? Long coats that go below like these? I know we've been wearing them for a few hundred years, but why don't we just wear these newfangled short jackets like the Germans do? And going on as to many different ways in which the tradition could be altered for the sake of Hashkadah. That's the kind of position that people are noticing this took. And the second element, which is very important, some of this something in the world of science with Torah tradition, is that Mendelssohn trusted and wanted to engage with civic leaders like the different Methodist Shred. He felt that, for too long, Jews had regarded the non-Jewish world as toxic, as antithetical to Jewish values, and as hostile to Jewish values. And he felt, no, we should, while recognizing that there are a minority of non-Jews who unfortunately don't like Jews because they are not sufficiently educated as to who Jews are and what is done for, we should nevertheless embrace our non-Jewish neighbors with open arms and, be happy to join with them in the exalted experiment of constructing a multi-ethnic society. And so the idea of openness to Germany's population in particular was a distinguishing feature of the Western Hashkadah. But remember, we've got a whole range. We have Mendelssohn, who's kind of like, a good person in many ways. We have Dora Lyman, who's also doing this camp. He's also saying, well, let me even try to keep the just behaving. Then we have people like Mendelssohn's, one of his prime students, Dean Friedland, who was a 1750 to 1834. And we should realize that Mendelssohn's plan simply was not working. His idea of demonstrating value to Jews in German society would naturally result in the concurrence of conservation and equal rights work. And in reality, as much as the Jews tried desperately to show that they deserved emancipation, it eluded them at every turn. And this drove the Jews to an almost ape-like, slavish imitation of German norms. For example, the reorganization of synagogue layouts to make it more church-like. And in fact, one movement in Germany argued that, hey, maybe one of the reasons why we're not like nationalists is because we observe the Sabbath on different days. So fine, let's move the Sabbath from Saturday to Sunday, which is like an absurd area, but nevertheless, it was debated and discussed very seriously. In fact, even adopted by the laity did not introduction of organ disease, all kinds of things which are definitely contradictory to Jewish law, but nevertheless, he's like bending over backwards attempts to try and prove that Jews were willing to and appropriate partners in the German national aspects. David Friedlander, for example, went the other far, and he argued for a so-called dry baptism. This was also put forward in 1799, realizing that one of the only ways that Germany seemed to be willing to accept Jews as full members of society is if they would convert. We see this U.S. Jews convert to Lutheranism. We just want to do it on their own terms. We don't really want to believe that Jesus is our Savior, but we will pro forma say, yeah, sure, this is things. This was why it's a so-called dry baptism, or water as well. Of course, it didn't work out, but you see the extent of the desire for the Haskalah to get that elusive German citizenship, that they would do anything for it. Haskalah was like stretched out way beyond everything that medicine itself really could do. And just to put this in context, this is why it's here. There were, genuinely Orthodox figures who found a way to kind of thread this needle. One of the most famous examples was Royal Hirsch, who in the middle of the 19th century articulated a very controversial strategy, which indicated that one of the things that was necessary was a cleavage of the Jewish population in Frankfurt on Main, so-called priesthood, where the Orthodox community is already separated from the general Jewish community in the context of Jewish structure, was very radical. And at the same time, he argued for a full engagement of German society to the furthest extent that Halacha would allow. This is essentially the essential genesis of what would later be called modern Orthodoxy. A lot of things happened between Hirsch and essentially the idea of trying to find a safe middle ground between outright assimilation and obscurantism, considering Judaism that doesn't recognize the value of modern science, modern thought, and civilization. That's sort of where sense of Hirsch was trying to focus his efforts. In case you think he wasn't sufficiently religious, this photo was often superimposed with the input for which view, so you get a little bit more differences. Let's go on. That's what's going on in this field, right? You have these Haskidim, the adherents of the Haskalah, who are trying very hard to achieve certain political goals, and they are willing, along the spectrum, they're willing to go so far as even have a military to get them what they want. They were unsuccessful. Eastern Europe, on the other hand, was radically different. One of the most important ways in which Eastern Europe was different was that it was way more cultivated than Jews. Russia proper, that is, Russia before the expansion of the Cosmic Imperium, was actually closed to Jews from the 15th century onward, but when the Catholic expanded right around this time, the 15th century, she actually ended up inheriting a massive population of Jews, which she promptly sequestered in a region called Taik, which basically extended from halfway through Latvia all the way down to the Black Sea, opposite southern half of Latvia, Lithuania, Belarus, a big chunk of Poland, Ukraine, Western Ukraine, and Thessaloniki. These are all the regions of the Taik. There's a massive Jewish population there. They far outpace the absolute coverage with Western Europe, and also their concentration. These were heavily concentrated in medium-sized villages all the way up to cities in Western Europe. As you can see, the black dots indicate cities with over 50% Jewish population in 1900. It was a little bit less so at the time that we're discussing, because there was a usual population group that especially affected Jews over the course of the 19th century. But nevertheless, you get a sense of the difference in scale in terms of the massive number of Jews that lived in Eastern Europe. Also, we should understand that there is a huge difference in the political and cultural and linguistic context of these regions. Germany was regarded by Jews as the most civilized country in the world. This was a country that had the best scientists, that had the most sophisticated poets, and they had the most wonderful composers, Beethoven, Bach, and all these things that happened in Germany. good to understand. They were like so excited for Germany. Russia, by contrast, Jews were not especially engaged with, as I mentioned a second ago, Russia proper was actually close to Jews, so Jews couldn't live in St. Petersburg or in Moscow unless they had special permission because they were especially wealthy and they were involved in commerce, where they were the talented medical professionals. Otherwise, the vast majority of Jews lived among the large non-Russian populations that were part of the Russian Empire. Ukrainians, the Poles, Iranians, the Russians, and so on. And their cultures, especially their literary cultures, were way behind what was happening in Germany. Dostoevsky's, the Tolstoy's, and so on were just the beginning of the huge rush of the Russian literature, but that was happening towards the end of the period that we're talking about. So it was, Jews were just not attracted to these things. There was no real desire to assimilate to Russian culture, which is quite different from what happened in Germany. Furthermore, Jews living in this huge swath of territory with no settlement had massive linguistic activities with each other in the Yiddish language, which was so strong there, and not at all a minority language among Jews, that it actually evolved eventually into a distinct group of its own. And any kind of challenge to traditional authority, religious authority that you would find with us from Western Europe, in Eastern Europe, into acculturation. It was expressed numerous that we understand today because they were really influential. Yiddishism, the whole engagement with Yiddish literature and so on, everything else is spoiled. The culture of it, so on, translates Zionism, the great political experiment of the Jews that was heavily loaded towards the humanity of Eastern Europe, and Jewish socialism warned the authoritarian elements of Jews, the Communist Party, Mensheviks, the Bolsheviks, and so on. These are things that happen because the Jews are in such great numbers, not especially attractive to Russian culture. They linguistically, they either double down on Yiddish or they explore Hebrew. They generally say they themselves speak the vernacular Ukrainian. A little bit different in Poland. There was a much stronger level of Polish Jewish synthesis than you have, let's say, Jewish Lithuanian or Jewish Ukrainian, but nothing like the German Jewish synthesis that really is very fast enough. So as these ideas of the Hasidim start seeping over into Eastern Europe, Eastern Europeans, even those who are inclined towards these ideas, are not deeply impressed. They say, no, we don't like to have to make seriously drive after some absolutely expecting us to go away. But they internalized it in other very different ways. For example, Joseph Pearl, one of the so one of the important Hasidim of the and you can see right away he's wearing kippah, very largely my own fact, but he embodies this view saying, okay, listen, a lot of great things going on in Western Europe with science and maybe they'll get emancipated, things like that. He looks around at what's going on in Eastern Europe and says, let's go to this practice. Oh, man, it's those Hasidim. They are the worst. It's not that, okay, they're religious obscurantists and so on, but, at least they are rationalists. At least they, have a logical system and they're sober and they are punctual and they have all these kinds of values. The Hasidim are bad. They are drinking, they're dancing, they're singing, they're practicing all kinds of behaviors that are not interested. All of those things that we described and discussed last week, they're really offensive. They're coming from pessimism. And so he took a view of that usual time. He composed false Hasidic books, which were designed to be parodies of Hasidim, that is satires. He wrote a book called The Taik, which is the Revealer of Secrets, which was meant to be read as if it were an actual Hasidic book. But when you read it, you would say, oh my gosh, these Hasidim are such fools, by a person. And the thing is, people like Joseph Pell, even though he was a dedicated educator and made tremendous contributions to general education in time up there in Western Ukraine, and nevertheless, he simply could not get any serious traction with his opposition to Messianism, especially through this strange device of writing these parodies of his back. But you see how the Haskalah here, especially in the figure of Joseph Hill, tries to erode support for Hasidism, but it is a genuinely popular thought movement that people enjoy. People want to be associated with Hasidim. We should note that Paul was not the only Hasid who dealt with the Hasidim. There were some, I think, in about 10 minutes, that viewed the Hasid movement with quite a bit of charity. But nevertheless, the basic attack of Hezbollah on Eastern European Jews was primarily focused on the Hasidics and the Hasidic because they saw them as the Muslims, the Atlantis, the most anti-rational, the most diametrically opposed to the values of Hezbollah that they were trying to still bring into the fights over Hasidic literature really died down around the year 1850 for various reasons. For example, Rabbi had been for almost 15 years, and there were also changes in generations of Hasidic leaders and so on, and the placing of Hasidic rabbis in official positions in the cities calmed down a lot of that intense literary debate. But the Hasidic themselves together faced a much more significant threat from the Russian government. So another element of Haskellah's attack on the traditionalist lifestyle of Eastern Europe was specifically the government. And this, in many ways, poisoned the relations between, on the one hand, the Islamic Hasidim, and on the other hand, the Messianic Hasidim. But ironically, this meant that Hasidim and Islamia had come across against the and so to a large degree, this had formed a
How are you? What up? You speak English? Hello. What's up, English? How'd you find out about me? How did you find out about me? Oh, very cool. Excellent. How are you? Okay. How are you? I've got you. I know. I get it. YouTube. That's good. I'm well, thank you. I'm doing well.
So he tried to fulfill solutions to try to address issues out there in most at the same time that
What are your hobbies? What do you like to do? What are your favorite things?
that would bring us to us that we say for the submission. The carrot element is
Calm down. Yeah, Doug, I know what that means. I get you. Excellent. What's good? What did you do today? What did you do today?
Specifically, whether or not students that were and it's clear that it's not
Did you skydive?
because the Russian language is somehow completely divorced from everything Jewish, and they felt that it was the leading
Did you play baseball?
They brought in Masudim like Max William who initially tried to set up the so-called ground schools
Well, how are you?
So I lived in Florida growing up.
Excellent.
Retired to America. And then this parent, really,
Yeah, everybody does. Join the club, dog. I'm here, baby. Excellent.
Nicholas I said that Jewish children as young as age 12, legally, in reality, children older than age 12 would be conscripted to the Russian army. There's a lot more to say about this terrible
Yo, Pam. Yo.
tremendously corrosive impact on the
Hi. What?
It's essentially a death sentence. Where the always taken off to the side. Not that. The realize is that service in songs about 25 years.
Yo, big dog.
Nicholas the First recognizing that conscripting
What?
adults at 18 years old, Jewish adults at 18 years old, they were already exposed to Jewish thought, culture, body.
What's unique about it?
Everybody. So that's why acted on by an additional 6 years, at which point we could have 60 years old. What if there was British for 25 years?
Because I shoot my life 24/7 for this big dog. Because I shoot my life 24 hours a day. For world peace. No. I did that earlier. They did. They did. Show you what?
This is the reason why
Show you what?
I come down to Japanese, Russell Japanese war. They come down to 70% of us
You
you have a lot of shenanigans.
I'm watching
Toes, children adopted by other families, so then sons, mixing up ages, groups, all kinds of things. But under these circumstances, not easy to realize is that Russian leaders in the Russian government itself and in the last who have penetrated into Russian government using their position to try to, in their own way, in their own misguided way, to enlighten the Jews and using state power to do so. So this coalesced in the kind of two but not everyone is united. This generalist, there are some exceptional figures, like Elias and Steve, who does a mass skill. Unlike Joseph Burrow, who did not agree with skill issue. In reality, kind of elevated approach to the three-way conflict that is developing. And I'd like to just close with a quote from, I think he wrote called the Rabbi, Shaman al-Israel, which he writes, God saw that there were three shepherds going on the opposite of the to safeguard the Torah, to purify the Talmud, to oversee its logic and its religious value. The Hasidim of Bolivia, which is in southern Poland, western Japan, to martial devotion to find a person of just describe him to Lithuania, as they say in English, called to be a Litva, cold is Lithuania. We have the nominal sense of that power, reason, and so on, but they're cold, they're like very tacos oriented, what is detail, Swedish referendums. And finally, the great sage of our people, Moses ben Nachman, that's in Germany, called him to place the cradle in the light in the land of religion. How to disregard a lot of the ideas that humanity is very desired of us. Really pointed to that my mind even from listening to the truth and accepting it from whoever speaks of valuable for the truth. That allows the Jews and Nikes that we really excel in so many areas of the but I have to conclude with Shalom Israel because I identify very much with this idea of different magnetic polarities that affect the Jewish people. Alternating between that austere religious text-based thought and divine enthusiasm and religious ecstasy and open-minded rationalism and modernism. These three ideas really form kind of the Jewish community today. And I think it gives the diversity of thought and multiplicity of perspectives that really helps us exist as a community and to become more effective. Thank you very much for your attention and your endurance over these 3 weeks. Really important to speak with you on. One of the things that I find so exciting about the early Jewish community, particularly 16th, 17th, 18th centuries, is the fact that it was a place that drew in people from very diverse backgrounds, surprisingly diverse backgrounds, and they came together to produce some tremendous artifacts of Jewish culture that later went on to have very illustrious one of those documents is the Amsterdam Agata of 1695, in particular, a copper reference that really set the signal for many, many more Agatas for centuries, right up to including the Maxwell House Agata, right here in Europe. Now, we all love reading Agatas with great illustrations, and the first one we have to point for the abstract Agata is that usual initial Abraham R. Yaakov. He's supposed to be 1669 to 1730. He was born in Germany, probably in Rhineland, and but we didn't really know about his background. That he was actually a convert to Judaism. He was originally a Christian pastor, a Protestant pastor, and moved to Amsterdam at the age of 26, and that's where he converted and began to use his talents as an engraver and presumably as a pastor because he had great familiarity with the illustrated Bibles in circulation at the time, and he brought those talents together in abstract Bible. We know just a handful of facts about him. He was apparently married twice. We don't know about his first wife, perhaps that was when he was still pregnant. His second wife, however, was Deborah, which is a very famous family out of Clinton. Her husband was actually employed by her brother, Solomon Ben Joseph, who published the 1712 reprint of 1695 Haggadah that Abraham Bar was associated with. And it was Abraham Bar, Aramaic, rather than Yaakov, normally with a convert that Bar Abraham, no question about it, because he refers to himself elsewhere as Mishpachat Avinu, from the family of Abraham. Anyway, let's have a look at this. So here's the title page of the absolute gorgeous representation of Moses on the right, the lawgiver, Aaron, the high priest, on the left, is very influential design. Those repeated again over and over again. And copper engraving, actually a technological upgrade from previous forms of illustration. Here you see Yorkie's rendition of the daughter of Pharaoh receiving, refining, baby Moses in the Nile. See here, in the center of the river, in the playground there, is Moses in the basket, and it says the best timeline. In the back, you can see it looks like the maidservant, not daughter of Pharaoh himself, who sort of doesn't understand fascinating, very detailed and gorgeous illustration. You can imagine people sitting around the Seder table, actually enjoying this and all over the If the previous image might have appealed to young daughters in the family, perhaps with maternal instincts, this one is definitely designed for the young boys in the family with this dramatic image of Moses leading the Egyptian who's essentially the danger described in the book of Exodus. And you can see all around the various, activities involved in building Pitom and Ramses, the cities described as the slave cities that the Jews were involved in the book of Exodus. So really gorgeous, detailed illustration, very evocative. So it's also famous for being the site of a very prolific Hebrew map. You can see it's laid out east to west here with the color lines, but also very but I think what is most fascinating about this is this type of era. The whole idea of plagiarism is not very well defined. So here is a classic image from the Haggadah that shows the pictures of the four sons. So we've got on the right the wise son, and then the second from the right is the wicked son, the third from the right is the simple son, and then at the very left is the one who is not like other hands. So they're actually different size as well. But now the more deeply, we see that actually these four sons were clearly taken from early models. And in fact, many of the images in the Amsterdam Haggadah were simply taken from earlier biblical illustrations that came from Christian sources, which is perhaps something that our artists might become familiar with through this earlier Christian study. Here, for example, you see the four sons in the Amsterdam Haggadah as the top left image. And by the way, ironically, it says on German, not reproduction is forbidden, which is ironic because, of course, this is exactly what he was doing. But this is also from 1931, so these are so it's already well public domain. So anyway, three of the four sons are simply flipped and mirrored images are taken from entirely different illustrations drawn from the manuscript of Mateos Mary and Alcázar, mid-17th century, and provide the illustrations. So you can see, for example, the wise son is actually from the picture of Hannibal, who's offering sacrifice on the top right. In Russia, the wicked son is actually a Roman soldier in the bottom right, the bottom, and then on the left, the simple son is ironically based on a model of the prophet Samuel in the lower left, and then he's just flipped as well and have his attitude kind of reinforced the image. So the whole idea of what can be borrowed, what can be built upon, what can be augmented was really very fluid in the 17th century. I'll just wrap it up with one quick look at his own signature, which is really beautiful and documented. And you'll see the right down the bottom of the signature says Abraham Radical. And I find it interesting that he shows just specifically those places made underneath the description of the story from the book of Jonah, in which the storm sea throws them overboard and swallowed up in some kind of aquatic creature and then spit out safely back into the land. And it just wonders very tempting to think, is this what Abraham Diak God had himself? And he too came from a very tumultuous era, landed in Amsterdam, and found his wife and the family on his next day as public work. And it's fascinating, right? I hope you enjoyed this video, and if you have a chance to explore Amsterdam today this fall, social media. Thanks very much for watching. One of the most fascinating and fun aspects of my career as a Jewish historian is the opportunity to explore some of the exciting historical sites of Europe, in particular with kosher difficult users. We've been doing this for 3 years now. I really love taking these voyages of discovery as we explore speak specifically about Julio Acosta, also referred to as Da Costa. He was born in 1583 and passed away in 1640. His tragic story has been dramatized and used in theater in many different countries. Here, for example, you see a poster from a fairly recent Polish production of his sad life. He was born in Portugal in 1580 to a good Christian family. What exactly does that mean? Many people speak about the Spanish Inquisition, but in reality, the Portuguese Inquisition, which followed shortly after the expulsion of Jews from Spain in 1492, was actually a horrific experience and had, in many ways, just as powerful, if not more powerful, an impact on Jewish history. Because the Portuguese Jews were forcibly converted in 1497. There was kind of like a status quo agreement that the crown of Portugal would simply turn a blind eye to whatever they did behind closed doors. And so there was this tolerance for about 3 decades of Jews being outwardly Christian, and yet, nevertheless, as an open secret, they were still practicing Jewish practices. In 1530, the Inquisition came down hard in Portugal and created tremendous havoc on many Jews living there. And so many Jews were deep underground, but they had had several decades of experience living as crypto Jews, and so they tried literally for centuries to make their way out of Portugal afterwards. These families who were technically Christian because they had received baptism, willingly or not, were called new Christians, which made a distinction between the so-called old Christians who had never had any experience with Jews and the new Christians who were of Jewish background. There's a lot more to say about that, but I don't want to take up too much time in this video. But anyway, like many Jews of his generation, Acosta was not informed of his Jewish background until he was really a teenager. And he had understood that he was a good Christian like everyone else. He studied theology. It's quite possible he may even have received a clerical degree himself. And then when he found out that he was Jewish, he was fascinated with it. He was obsessed with it. And he wanted to really explore his Jewish background. This was only possible, however, once the family did make their way out of Portugal to Amsterdam, which was a much more liberal and tolerant environment, at least in some senses, where these Portuguese Jews could once again re-engage with their Jewish identity. Unfortunately, for people like Costa, his Jewish identity was an imagined identity because there was 1583, the Inquisition had been in place for 50 years. The Jews had been converted for almost a century. His real contact with Jewish teachings is highly limited. Almost everything he's reading about Judaism is from Christian sources reflecting upon Judaism and him trying to decode them to understand what Judaism must really be like after you take away the Christian filter. And that's not 1613. He spent a little bit of time after that in Hamburg. He was circumcised and formally converted, but he found himself in conflict with the Hamburg community in 1618. And the crux of the problem was that he did not believe that Jews were living up to the ideal that he had set for them. Right? Imagine the kind of environment he must have been active in. He was an intellectual, brilliant individual, very well read, and he's coming to adopt his new Jewish identity after almost a century of persecution. And he finds that Jews are people too, and Jews are not necessarily behaving at the standards which he expected of them after reading, the Hebrew Bible, hoping to find models of human behavior for the patriarchs and matriarchs, David and Solomon. As he's around them, there are regular people who are going about as Jews, occasionally perhaps not speaking well of each other, perhaps not necessarily treating each other appropriately in business and so on. And he is angry about this. He ends up getting into conflict with the community that in an attempt to try and quell his anger and his public expectations, he is excommunicated. And there's a lot more to say about what exactly is excommunication in the Jewish context. It essentially is a form of ostracism, and there are different levels of it, as we shall see. back and lives in Amsterdam, and the excommunication is lifted, but he doesn't stop. He's still bothered by the fact that how is it possible that Jews do not behave to the standards that he expects they should have done? It's possible that must have suffered from some level of mental illness. At the end of the story, perhaps you'll see why this is especially poignant. But nevertheless, he ended up publishing a book, The Examination of Pharisaic Traditions, which was in many ways an attack on exactly the problem that we're describing here. The Jewish community, which at this time was trying to negotiate a safe level of tolerance with the outside community, and certainly did not want these kind of intellectual rabble rousers active in Amsterdam. They ended up excommunicating him again in his second excommunication. He was fined, the book was seized and burned, and ended up fleeing to Utrecht. Nevertheless, in Utrecht, he found himself extremely depressed. His mother passed away. He found that he simply could not live. He didn't have a community anymore. He wasn't a Christian. He didn't have any among Jews either. So he moved back to Amsterdam, hoping to absorb himself into the Jewish community again. And he said, I'm going to set aside all of my intellectual and spiritual disagreements with the community. And he said later on, very sad phrase, he said, I shall become Taik among the spirit of Robin's very statement in the sense that he wanted to fit in with the Jews, even though he felt that it really wasn't for him. He thought a lot about some of the philosophical areas of Judaism, and he just could not help himself. He ended up getting involved in controversial behavior again. He ended up preventing two Christians who were considering conversion to Judaism at this time, and this brought him to the attention of the and so in 1640, he formally says to the community, okay, look, I'm really, really sorry. I know I have trouble controlling myself, but I will completely subject myself to the Jewish community. I will not, engage in these activities anymore. And the Beit Din of Amsterdam Jewish court imposed extremely harsh sanctions on him. They accepted him back, but they wanted him to go through a ritual humiliation, which was surprisingly not as uncommon as one might think in the 17th century, where he was taken into the synagogue, he was tied to a post and symbolically lashed with a particular lash, but the idea was to symbolically accept his repentance through these lashes. And then, amazing, he was required to lie down at the entrance to the synagogue and have the entire synagogue membership walk over, which was a sign of abject humiliation. He was incredibly impressed by this. He went home. He wrote a 12-page suicide in Latin, except about the example of a human life. A terrifying document to read, and then he killed himself. Terrifying story. Really sad. Obviously, an individual who was deeply invested in Judaism, and yet because of the vagaries of history, the persecution of the Inquisition, he was distanced from Judaism in a normal way. He had no Jewish community, and as he developed this special idea of what Judaism must be like, and he was never able to really make sense of the difference between Judaism and regular Jews. Nevertheless, his experience and the problematic way in which the Amsterdam community tried to heal himself not only for the difficulties of navigating modernity, when it becomes more and more possible to adopt various postures towards religious identity. In other words, the Amsterdam Beit-Din is really trying to enforce a medieval concept of Judaism, where everyone had to behave according to the set rules as understood by the Shulchan Aruch, whereas the possibility of Jewish identities are rapidly becoming evident in society. One of the most profound sources like the Jewish life in general in the 19th century, he shows young Spinoza as an innocent looking child with colorful clothing, long hair, holding on to flowers, sitting on the lap of the much more prudent, unhappy Acosta, as if he is Acosta's student, as if he is the hero of his life. It is a tragic story to be sure, but it also gives us some insight into the complexities of the Amsterdam community, and in particular, the Portuguese element is so important in bringing both economic vitality to Amsterdam Jews, but also an intellectual ferment that was produced by two scholars like Spinoza. Okay, we found this side video, nevertheless, meaningful, and I really want to see this twist because it's going to be fantastic. Thank you very much for watching. Like many of you, I can't wait for this horrible pandemic to be over so that we can get life back to normal. And I'm especially looking forward to traveling next month on the crucial river cruises, where we're going to be touring Amsterdam in the late summer and a few other trips coming up after that. One fascinating little incident associated with the cruise of Amsterdam is a remarkable moment that occurred to an exceptional individual named Menashe Ben Israel. Very important person who was not the chief rabbi actually of Amsterdam, but a very prominent rabbi, and his association with the 10 lost Israel. A little background about Menashe Ben Israel first. He's actually from a controversial family, like many of the Jews of the 16th century. His family had roots in Portugal, and the more liberal environment in Amsterdam made it possible for many of the Jews who had been living as crypto Jews to make their way out of Portugal and then reclaim their Jewish identities when they made their way to Amsterdam. He was actually born probably in Lisbon to a crypto Jewish family. He was actually baptized under the name Manuel Dias Sorero. The Inquisition accused Rabbi Menashe's father of practicing Judaism secretly, and he very narrowly escaped being burned alive in Alta Cafe. And so the family escaped from Portugal and made their way to Amsterdam, where they reclaimed their Jewish identities. Manuel was given the name Menashe. His brother was given the name Ephraim. Those are two children of Joseph that are, in Jewish tradition, known to have gotten along famously despite the fact that they were brothers. And this is one of the reasons why Jewish parents bless their children in the name of Menashe and Ephraim, hoping they all get along. And he was actually extremely talented, not only in Judean studies, but also he had a very kind of like broad-minded approach to things. He studied widely and communicated in multiple languages to people of many faiths. He was very medical in his outlook and really established a continental presence for his intellect. He was not especially wealthy. He made his living really barely as a writer, especially as a publisher. This was a booming industry in Amsterdam. The specific incident of the 10 tribes occurred in 1644 when Antonio Montes was also one of these Portuguese conversos who was living under a Christian identity and traveling the world. And he made his way to eastern Ecuador when the story he tells is absolutely fantastic. He is guided by an indigenous guide to a population that lives across an impassable river. But when he encounters them on the other side of the river, they address him in Hebrew. They recite the Shema prayer in Hebrew. He reveals himself as a Jew. He proclaims that his parents are Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. He meets with the people on the other side of the river frequently, although he's never able to actually cross that river. He nevertheless sees them, speaks to them across the way, and they are apparently indigenous Ecuadorian people who are claimed to be of Jewish origin from the tribe of Ruben. president back at the time has related the story. He actually transcribed it, and although he doesn't publish it, the story begins to circulate and slowly gains the attention. In particular, Protestant clergy were especially interested in Our Lady's story because there is a millenarian movement that specifically associates the rediscovery of the time of Israel and their eventual conversion to Christianity as indispensable elements in the ultimate second coming of Jesus Christ. And there's a lot being published at this time, especially with the encounters with the First Nations and Indigenous peoples of America. Here's one copy of a publication that appeared just around this time by Thomas Turgood, Jews in America, or Probabilities that Americans are of that race, meaning the Indigenous peoples, the First Nations, the Native Americans are in fact Jews descending from the 10 tribes. Look at the second paragraph there. It's a movement of some contrary reasoning and earnest desires for effectual endeavors to make them Christian. Right? That's the kind of the larger religious project of the Protestant clergy. And so they've been tracking down the story and they've been talking to the nation of Israel. This is also recall around the time of Taik, there's a lot of messianic fervor going on the continent, in England, and also among Jews too at this time. Nashon in Israel begins to get caught up in it, begins to think more deeply about the story of these Jews discovered in Ecuador. And although he obviously doesn't buy into the Christian end story, he does begin to write about it. He writes a book called Sefer Israel, the book of the hope of Israel. This particular publication was issued a couple hundred years later in Lemberg, the modern-day review. The subtitle says, Al Davar Aser Ashvatim Makom Mishkan, on the matter of the 10 tribes and the place that they're living. He also issues this in Spanish. Here you see Esperanza de Israel, the hope of Israel, and in English, here it is, the hope of Israel, with a famous illustration of the national Israel. It's a fascinating story about how they got involved in this, and he became quite a bit more famous as a result of his promotion of the story that in fact these people in Ecuador may be part of the lost 10 tribes. As it happens, it's highly unlikely that they are the lost tribes. Who were those lost tribes? You'll recall in the late 8th century, the Jewish people in Israel were divided into two monarchies. The southern one was called Judah, the northern one was called Israel. And as a result of foreign invasions, a large proportion of the population of the northern kingdom of Israel was transported to these three areas, at least as far as we can tell from the biblical text you see here on this map. A couple hundred years later, then Judah would also be attacked, and a large population of its population would be deported to Babylon, specifically the waste of the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. Here's a map of what these nations would look like today. So the inhabitants of the northern kingdom of Israel would send off to, let's say, western Syria and the Kurdistan region, and then out to Iran, Iraq region over there. These are very rough estimates, but there is some archaeological evidence that suggests that Jews actually lived there. There's some ostraca, for example, like these pieces of clay that record Aramaic inscriptions that clearly bear Jewish references. There are Jewish names found in some of the local records and so on. Beyond the scope of our discussion, there's also been some fascinating finds, although subject to some dispute by many archaeologists, but these particular strange devices are often found in regions of Jewish settlement, and they have found some of these dating back to the 8th century before the Common Era, so it's quite possible that Jews were in fact living in the Common Era. Well, so that's kind of like the end of the story with Menashe ben Israel with regards to the 10 tribes, but it is fascinating because he definitely developed his messianic thinking and association with the idea of the Jews spreading out to all the corners of the earth. Say Haaretz. So one space where he actually had quite an impact is in England, because at this time Jews were not allowed to live in England, and the Nashon in Israel had a dramatic impact on Oliver Cromwell in particular with regards to the possibility of legalizing Jews. They had been expelled this was part of the unfolding of the Messianic era as Hashim Israel. So that's just a very quick glimpse at some of the intellectual and spiritual and political things that we're going on national. If you are able to travel, hopefully we'll all be able to travel after this pandemic is over. Please join me in Pushing River Cruises as we have a look at a lot of the amazing sites of Jewish Amsterdam and the Netherlands late this summer. I hope I'll be able to see you on the cruise. Thanks very much for that. We're hoping that the conditions will improve significantly over the next few months so that we'll be able to get back to travel. I'm especially looking forward to visiting Amsterdam in the late summer with river cruises. Amsterdam is such a fascinating city in its history. And let's just take a few minutes right now to talk about one of the figures who appeared in Amsterdam in the 18th century, the incredible revolutionary something. One of the most amazing things about the connection between Amsterdam and the Rabbi, as he was known in the African king, is that Amsterdam is a city of refuge for many purposes. Not only, as we saw in previous videos, some of the Portuguese conversos who were forced to accept Christianity and then wanted to return to their own Jewish identities and could not do so in the Iberian Peninsula. They had to find a safer location. Amsterdam was one of those locations, obviously, in particular, the revolution kind of something. So first of all, who was Rabbi? He was a child prodigy, a genius, who wrote 22 really stellar works of Jewish literature that made a phenomenal impression on many different segments of Jewish intellectual life in the 18th century. Perhaps he was most well known for a book called the Silas Yesharim, The Path of the Just, which was regarded as an absolutely incredible sort of self-help guide, an ethical guide, a masterful statement of Jewish morality and the way in which it can be applied to an individual in a personal program of development. I myself enjoyed tremendously. I've studied it many times, and every time I make my way through it, I feel something mental growth, more personality, and a desire to read it yet again. His work was accepted amazingly well across the spectrum, at least when you put forth over the course of the 18th century onward. For example, some remarkable diversity of people really enjoyed around college. There was the famous Moses Mendelssohn, who was a Haskell, a enlightenment figure who argued that Jews should engage more fully with secular non-Jewish culture, that Judaism had something to offer the general European world, and that even European studies, culture, literature, art, music, science, and so on, could also enrich the Jewish perspective of the world. He had a tremendous respect for that. Also, in the world of literature, the famous professor at the University, Joseph Klausner, argued that the Ramchal was actually the first modern Hebrew writer that was actually producing works of fiction. In fact, he was a playwright in modern Hebrew, and all modern Hebrew literature stems from this one. For those who are very close students of Ramchal will know that actually one of his most cherished areas of intellectual activity was the Kabbalah, mysticism, and it was in this regard in particular that he's especially beloved by Hasidim. The Maggid of Mezrich, for example, one of the most important early Hasidic leaders, argued that the generation was not worthy to understand the Ramchal. He was such a tremendously important figure. And on the other side of the Jewish spectrum, we've already talked about Maskilim, we talked about Hasidim, the Vilna Gaon, the great Litva, the Lithuanian traditionalist thinker, who in many ways was opposed to the Hasidim, also found the Ramchal's work incredibly valuable. He once famously wrote that there is not a single word out of place in the Silat Yesharim until chapter 11. What that word is, maybe if we have a chance to run together, I'd like to share with you what it would be. The Vilna Gaon also said that if he were alive at the same time as the Ramchal, their lives spans just overlap very slightly, he would have walked all the way from Lithuania to Padua in Italy to study. The biography of Ramchal is phenomenal. As I mentioned, it came from Padua in northern engage in public speaking. He wrote quite a bit of poetry and so on. And he actually attracted to himself a remarkable number of medical students at the University of Ottawa, which was one of the few schools in Europe that would admit Jewish students. They had some interesting kind of disabilities. They had to pay more tuition. They had to offset some of the expenses with non-Jewish students and so on. But anyway, they could earn a medical degree out of it. And so some of the brighter Jewish medical students who traveled from all over Europe were attracted to a special circle that formed around the Ramchal specifically to study Kabbalah. However, this attracted a lot of undue attention, particularly when the Ramchal started expressing some more radical ideas about Kabbalah, which would be on the scope of this very short video. But he was attacked in particular by the figure of Moshe Fabudis, who thought that this young individual, who was in his early 20s at the time, was actually a secret follower of his race Shabbatai Tzvi, shown here, who led a disastrous messianic movement in the 17th century that resulted in the disappointment of hundreds of thousands of Jews all around the world who had thought that this might actually be the moment when Jews would return to Jerusalem. It was so amazing how widespread Shabbatai Tzvi movement was. You can see in some of these woodcuts that even non-Jews were talking about it because they saw so many Jews selling their properties and living in Amsterdam, where they had a very large following, and were preparing to pick up and move to Israel. However, Shabbatai Tzvi, when he confronted the Ottoman Sultan, and was given the alternative of continuing his quest and losing his head or converting to Islam, Shabbatai Tzvi decided to convert to Islam, disappointing so many of his followers, although a small number that actually continued believing that if their purported Messiah had converted to Islam, and perhaps that meant they should do so as well. They became a sect known as the GUINNESS, who were active right up to the 20th century in politics and church. But back to the Ramchal, Rabbi Moshe Fabudis felt that the Ramchal was actually a secret follower of Shabbatai Tzvi, and he raised the issue with the Jewish court in Venice that actually looked at the Ramchal, and they were somewhat troubled by what they saw because he was remarkably young in the Kabbalah. Usually when they studied by people at least at the age of 40. He was still unmarried, and in fact, he did not grow a beard, which is one of those things that bothered them. So they insisted on interviewing him, and they made him promise that he would restrict his Kabbalistic teachings. And when he got married, that actually assuaged some of their concerns, so they didn't let him be. After some time, however, this broke the Ramchal, and he felt that he really wanted to continue teaching Kabbalah, and so there were also some family reversals in business, and so he decided to leave Padua and travel north in Europe to find secure income. He moved to Frankfurt, but Rabbi Moshe Fabudis, who was unhappy with the fact that the Ramchal was let off without any consequences in Ottawa, he sent letters ahead to Frankfurt telling the authorities there that they should arrest the Ramchal on suspicion of following Shabbatai Tzvi, and they had a second trial there in Frankfurt. He was once again forced to submit to a humiliating oath that he would not teach Kabbalah and so on, and perhaps most tragically, the Frankfurt Beijing seized all of his unpublished manuscripts in order to examine them for possible heresy, and finding none but still uncertain of their content, they decided to bury them as if to hide them away and they lost the sight of their faith. And so many of the Ramchal's phenomenal works are lost to history until perhaps one day the teacher of the Ramchal, Rabbi Isaiah Bassan, on admitting the Ramchal and giving the respect needed and a place to teach. He had an honored position and so on, and he enjoyed some of the best years of his life, his short life, were in Amsterdam, because they saw, among other things, not only his brilliance, but also they recalled some of the negative repercussions of the situation in Cuba Acosta that we spoke about previously, and also not too far in the distance was the execution of Spinoza, which engendered some controversy as well. So Ramchal was allowed to teach and study and write in Amsterdam, and it is there that he wrote his remarkable work in the Silat Yesharim. One thing that I'm especially excited about, if you haven't studied the Ramchal in a while, perhaps you were in yeshiva, you had an opportunity to study the Ramchal in the 1990s, a new version, autograph version of the Ramchal's own hand was discovered in the archives in the former Soviet Union, and this version is not like the one that has been studied for the last 200 years. It was a dialogue version, in which the entire, theme and plot of the Swiss Chant is expressed in terms of two old friends who reunite after many years apart. One of them has kind of gone on, like an exact comparison, but it's kind of become like a modern Orthodox Jew, still very observant, but at the same time quite engaged in secular culture. And on the other hand, his old high school friend has become like a super chassid. Says Tehillim all day, recite Psalms all day, very, very pious, very, very particular about their observance of the halacha, and two of them get together and they start talking about their devoted experiences, and it's really so insightful. In many ways, I prefer the dialogue version, which the Ramchal decided not to publish, to the version that has been available. So much fascinating stuff. At any rate, I hope that you'll be able to join me on this cruise. We're definitely going to look at Silat Yesharim because of its connection to Amsterdam, and I'll try to understand a little bit more of his thought and what he had to offer the world. Thank you very much for watching, and hope to see you on a cruise one day.
I am David Lawrence. I'm one of the directors of Kosher River Cruises, and I wanted to thank everybody who is attending. We thought we would reach out to some of our guests for a little taste of hopefully what will happen soon, more sooner than later, and to give everybody just an idea of some of the. I know we're all missing out on our opportunity to travel and all that other good stuff, and just keep connected with you. I know the biggest question that everybody has right now is what's going on with the cruises. At this time, as Henry liked to say, we are in a state of ambiguity, meaning that everything depends on what the cruise lines do, what the governments will allow us on rivers. It's very interesting because you're going across multiple territories and multiple countries and multiple borders. With the Amsterdam cruise, obviously, we're in the Netherlands the entire time, but some of the issues are the ships coming up the Rhine from Germany. So there's a lot that goes into who's deciding where, when, what, and how, and we're keeping our communication is constantly open. We just don't have an idea right yet. The minute we do, we'll let everybody know what's happening. And like we have our Dream Now cruise later, everybody signs up for a cruise if they want, deposit necessary, and then that just holds your. We hope, and we kind of need to know, obviously, same as you, for airfare and everything else, pretty much around 90 days prior to cruise, we're going to have that stop dead date or just an update as to what's going on, because we all need to know what's happening so we can prepare for it. So we're hoping, praying that the cruise might run for our Netherlands. If not, then the first cruise that will be happening will be our Douro cruise, which is in Portugal. That gives us a whole bunch more time to prepare for that, and hopefully things are a bit calmer. So I am now going to turn it over to David Krause. one of our directors, scholar in residence, all around good guy, and he's going to take it from here. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, David. And thank you, everybody who has joined us today. It's so nice to see some of the familiar faces, although only behind the names on the screen. And so just very quickly, Henry had the great idea of doing this sort of a little tasting of the cruise in the form of a particularly interesting lecture on the Jews of Amsterdam and the Netherlands. And this is, for me personally, and I think you will agree, this is one of the most intriguing, one of the most interesting stories of any Jewish community on the European continent. And there's literally so many layers of history in Yiddishkeit in it. Amsterdam is known not just for the Jews, with the nickname Mokum, which obviously comes from Yiddish, and it's sort of a version of Makom, the place to be. And Amsterdam really is a place to be. It has incredibly rich history, and so does the Dutch Jewry in general. And so this is what we're going to hear about today. Before I hand it over to Henry, I just want to give you a technical information. I am here to moderate the questions today. So in the Q&A section, please feel free to type in any questions you might have, and we will address them after Henry's lecture. So without further ado, Henry is yours.
Wow, thank you so much. I hope everyone can hear me all right. And let's just have a quick look at the screen share. Is that coming through okay? Everyone sees the beautiful picture of the canal now in Amsterdam. Excellent. So, like all of you, I am incredibly excited about the potential trip to Amsterdam, and I am definitely putting in extra energy of petitions to the Supreme Being that he should allow this pandemic to, subside as soon as possible, and not only obviously for the human cost that it has placed upon all of us globally, but also in a very selfish way, so that we can get back on the road again, and especially on the rivers of Europe. And like David said, the truth is Amsterdam is just so incredibly fascinating. It is an unusual paradigm of the entire story of the Jewish experience of modernity, specifically how we cross the chasm from the pre-modern or medieval environment into the Judaism and the Jewish practice that we see around us today: Jewish sociology, Jewish society, Jewish achievements in the secular world. All of these really can be seen in a very tiny form as being birthed from Amsterdam, specifically in the first half of the 17th century. So in this brief lecture, that's really what I'd like to do, is just to give us a sense of why was Amsterdam so incredibly important? Why was it such a mix of phenomenal influences? And why did Jews coming from Amsterdam really impact the entire European Jewish experience and beyond, because of the strange confluence of factors that came together in the early 1600s. That's the overall plan for this lecture. It's really a short lecture. I'm hoping to keep my remarks somewhere around 30 minutes max, and then we'll have plenty of time for a discussion of ideas that come out of this introductory talk, and hopefully we will be able to continue much deeper discussion as we are enjoying Malcolm's fine cuisine and the beautiful sights that surround the windows of the cruise ship that we'll be together on shortly. Okay, so let me start with the origins of the community. Let me just understand, let me just explain a little bit about where Amsterdam is. Now, I know that many of you on this call are quite educated and quite well traveled and are aware of these things, so forgive me, I'll just take a couple of minutes. For those of us, especially those of us in America, to know a little bit of the actual geography of the Netherlands and Amsterdam. Then we'll get to the Jewish part of it specifically. So this is a little detail map that shows you where Amsterdam is in the country known as the Netherlands. It's sometimes colloquially known as Holland, although strictly speaking, Holland is only two of the multiple provinces that are located within the Netherlands. The Netherlands means the Low Countries, and in fact, sometimes in English we'll refer to the Netherlands as the Low Countries because they are quite literally low. The vast majority of the country is only about 1 meter or 3 feet above sea level. Think of it as kind of like New Orleans for the entire region. In fact, New Orleans is an interesting comparison because there's a lot of similarities in culture. Maybe when you get that close to sea level, weird things happen. You want to have a lot of parties, Marty, and things like that. But at any rate, that's why it's called the Low Countries. The predominant language is Dutch, although there are 4 official languages of the Netherlands, one of which is, believe it or not, Yiddish. It is actually one of the official languages of the Netherlands. It's not associated with a particular province because Jews are settled in many of the regions, but nevertheless, it's a small tidbit. As you can see here, it is very close to England. Just on the outside of this, towards the left of this map is England. There's the British Channel that separates them. So Amsterdam is especially significant as a maritime center and as a mercantile center. That's in fact one of the reasons why Jews were so attracted to it, was because it had phenomenal potential for international commerce, especially when the New World was discovered. New York, of course, what I'm speaking to you from right now, was originally known, at least under European influence, as New Amsterdam, because it was settled originally by the Dutch. The local Dutch person in charge, a man named Stuyvesant, actually did not want to admit the first Jews into New York. It's hard to imagine New York without Jews, but in fact he wanted to block them. There were a handful of families that were arriving from Recife in South America, but his Dutch masters actually overruled him and said, no, let those Jews in. And boy, there goes the neighborhood. Anyways, this is a map of where the Netherlands and Amsterdam is. Looking at Jewish origins in the region, they go back quite far, although it's rather spotty before about the 11th century. From the 11th century onward, you begin to see an increasing number of Jews in Ashkenaz proper, and Amsterdam is one of the most significant cities of Ashkenaz, particularly, as I mentioned, in the early 17th century and onward. This is a great map which shows you the pattern of Jewish settlement by DNA sequencing, not by historical documentation, which has revealed some really fascinating things. This is a study specifically looking at the Y chromosomes of Jews who are from the tribe of Levi, which would mean they call themselves either a Kohen or Levi today. And since it all descends through the male, only men serve as Levim or Kohanim, it's fairly easy to track on the Y chromosome. As you can see from this map, 40%, I'm sorry, this is 100% of, or a statistic, large number of Kohanim and Levim have genetic history which can be traced. You see the lower right, the number 1, from Israel proper, which stands to reason because of the Hebrew origins of an ancestor born 3,000 years ago, Aaron the Kohen, who is, by the way, it's completely consistent with the DNA patterns we have today. And although many historians, myself included, often felt that Jews migrated across the coast of North Africa through Spain and then into Ashkenaz, it has become abundantly clear that the alternate route, which was through Italy, was far more significant. We know that there were early Jewish communities set up in the first century of the Common Era, some even prior to that, and there's a significant expansion with the tens of thousands of Jewish slaves that were taken from Israel and brought to Rome after the first Roman-Jewish War. Those are numbers that Josephus, an ancient historian, provides us with. And fascinatingly, if you look around where the number 2 is in this map, modern geneticists have calculated that about 40% of Ashkenazi Jews today trace their origins to 4 women living in North Italy sometime around the year 1000. Now, I find it ironic there are 4 women. Probably their names were Sarah, Rebecca, Rachel, and Leah, just guessing. But at any rate, it's very clear that the genetic origins of a large chunk of Ashkenazi Jewry are specifically associated with 4 women, most likely converts to Judaism who lived around the same time in northern Italy. At any rate, that creates the nucleus of the community in the Rhineland, known to Jews as Ashkenaz, named after a figure that occurs in the book of Genesis. And then, as a result of pressures that are both political and anti-Semitic and economic, a large majority of them move to the east, where they populate the regions of Lithuania, a certain amount of Estonia, Latvia, especially Poland and Ukraine, later Russia. And that's why most Ashkenazi Jews in America hail from Eastern Europe, but their roots come from the Rhineland of Ashkenaz. Following that, if you look where the number 4 is, there's a reintegration of Sephardic Jewish genes as well. But to bring this all to a close, the Jews of Amsterdam, while historically there are very old medieval roots from the numbers shown from number 1 to 2 here, there's a much more significant migration after the Spanish expulsion of 1492. That's what I'd like to take you to next. And this is extremely important for the background of Amsterdam Jewry in particular, and also very helpful for us because the cruise that, God willing, will be going on after we enjoy Amsterdam will be on the Douro River in Portugal, which is a fascinating opportunity to see some of the legacy of Sephardic Jewry. So this map here shows you the migration of Spanish and especially Portuguese Jewry in the 16th century and beyond. To understand this migration, let me just take you back about a century to the year 1391, when a wave of pogroms swept through the Iberian Peninsula. And of the unusual aspects of these pogroms was that they were accompanied by forced conversions to Christianity, forced baptisms. This was, technically speaking, in contravention of canon law. The church did not authorize these forced baptisms, but as a result of Catholic dogma that was essentially not changed until the 1960s, once these Jews were forcibly baptized against their will, they were nevertheless Christians. And so you had this large, rather indigestible mass of people who continued to regard themselves as Jews, continued to live as Jews in Jewish communities, observing Judaism, and yet they had the status of being fully endowed Christians with all of the rights and privileges that go along with that, and with none of the disabilities that had been laid on the Jewish population. They could attend universities, they could advance in virtually any field that they chose, and even in the church hierarchy. And they had a distinct advantage over the large mass of the Spanish population because they were literate, they were numerate, and they were urbanized. And those 3 things meant that all of these Jews / Christians, against their will, had, all the doors suddenly thrown open to them to advance in Spartan society. So over the course of that 15th century, the 1400s, you had this situation developing where, there was a mockery of Christian theology because these obvious Jews were nevertheless allowed to ignore all of these barriers, and they advanced very far into society. By the time you get to the last quarter of that century, there is a serious backlash against the situation, which motivates the Spanish crown to invoke the Inquisition. The Spanish Inquisition was specifically directed at the so-called new Christians, that is, these people who were practicing Judaism but were baptized, and that includes their descendants, who were taking advantage of their legal status and still practicing Jewish rites. The Inquisition was, technically speaking, not directed at Jews who were never baptized. They were restricted into certain living areas and all kinds of disabilities placed on their economic advancement and trade activity and so on, but they were, strictly speaking, not part of the problem because they were not pushing up against the Spanish establishment. The Spanish Inquisition, which we'll talk about a lot more when we're speaking about the Douro River trip, but as I'm sure you're familiar, it was a horrendous kind of purge atmosphere that completely subsumed Spanish society, where people were economically incentivized to betray their neighbors, because once a person was accused and condemned of Judaism, of secretly practicing Judaism, their property was forfeit. And that property was now shared by the church, the crown, and the people who betrayed them. So there was like an incentive to rat on your neighbors. Once a neighbor was accused of Judaism, it could be anything small, like, for example, they never seem to eat pork at their house, or I've seen that they don't do work on Saturdays. Those people were arrested, tortured horribly, and forced to confess and to give up names of everybody else they know who were also Judaizers. And this created a massive ripple effect where the Inquisition literally took over society, and people at high levels of authority were accused of the Inquisition, by the Inquisition, and were forced to undergo this terrible situation. The culmination of Inquisition trials was the auto da fe, in which the church would, technically speaking, release the accused to secular authorities. The church, strictly speaking, never put anyone to death in the Inquisition, but they used the term relaxed. They relaxed their hold over these people to the secular authorities, who would then have these public burnings that were absolutely horrific. And they lasted right up until the 18th century. The Inquisition did not die in the 15th century. The final chapter of this, of course, is that by the time you get to the late 1480s, it's not working. The Spanish Inquisition has gone way out of control. Society is upside down. And so the Grand Inquisitor, a man named Torquemada, goes to the Spanish crown, Queen Isabella, and King Ferdinand, and says, we think we know what went wrong here. We left the original Jews in place. The reason why generations of these baptized new Christians are not converting is because they still have Jews to go to. They still have a place where they can learn Torah, where they can get kosher food, where they can hang out with other Jews. So what we need to do is get rid of those Jews, and then we'll be able to put an end to all of this. The crown agrees, and in 1492, on the horrible day of Tisha B'Av, of course, the decree is implemented, and the Jews are forced shortly thereafter to flee the peninsula. And this map shows the direction of their flight. Quite a few of them made their way across the Mediterranean basin to Constantinople, to Israel, Scott in particular, and made to North Africa. And there were two major areas that we have to look at. One of which we're going to spend more time on in the next slide, is of course Amsterdam. You can see that they made their way, especially through Portugal and then to the north to Amsterdam. You also have that massive wave of illegal Jewish migration into Portugal. So let's look at Portugal for a second now. Portugal was, for a very brief period of time, quite literally 5 years, a place of refuge for these Jews. Even though they tried to hold back the wave of migration, the Portuguese allowed the Jews to practice Judaism until 1497. At that point, as a result of some geopolitical changes, the desire to unite with Spain, for example, and a desire to not expel the Jews because they clearly provided lots of economic advantage to the western part of the peninsula. In 1497, the Jews of Portugal were forcibly converted en masse. They were all made Christians. There were incredible negative incentives placed to force them to convert. Among other things, the Portuguese deported about 2,500 Jewish children, literally separating them from their parents, to an island off the coast of Africa, where many of them were literally consumed by the wildlife on that island of Sao Tome. The Jews were completely broken, forcibly baptized, and then shortly thereafter they imposed the Inquisition again. This is one of the reasons why you have the terms Spanish and Portuguese that is typically applied to synagogues in the New World, the Spanish and Portuguese synagogue in New York, another one in London, and so on, because there were two different populations. There were those Jews who were expelled from Spain in 1492, who technically speaking never had to pretend they were Christian. And then you have those Jews who fled to Portugal, were forcibly converted to Christianity, and then over a period of several generations managed to escape Portugal, but they left with a tremendous lacuna in their knowledge of Judaism. They had been held back from any kind of instruction in Judaism and open practice for as much as a century. So that brings us finally to Amsterdam. And Amsterdam was a place of refuge for these Jews in particular. Those Spanish Jews who had fled to Portugal and then sometimes waited as much as 100 years before they could finally leave the horrible Portuguese Inquisition and escape to Amsterdam. Many of them failed over the course of that century, and we know a lot about it because we have the Inquisition records. Trials were held in Lisbon in particular, also in Coimbra, which God willing we'll visit on the Douro tour again. And we know a lot about what these Jews had to say for themselves as they were attempting to leave Portugal. But one of the most tragic examples of their background when they got to Amsterdam, which was at the time a very liberal kind of environment, much like it is today, very open to the idea of multiple populations living there, and very open to the mercantile possibilities. We see in the figure of Uriel da Costa, who is shown here in black, with the kind of a fanciful image of Spinoza, the great philosopher, sitting on his knee. It is unlikely that anything like this actually happened in real life, but they did coincide in Amsterdam for a very brief period of time. But let me just return for a second to the origins of this migration, which begins really in the 1580s. That's when we begin to see some Portuguese Jews beginning to organize themselves in a synagogue in Amsterdam. Now, the story that we have of the origins of the Portuguese community in Amsterdam are shrouded in legend, but we do have a history that was written in the 1600s, 1660s, that records an amazing story of the secret gathering of Portuguese Jews in Amsterdam on Yom Kippur. Suddenly there's a knock at the door. This is, I think, 1582. There's a knock at the door, and the sheriff's office breaks in, and the Jews there are accused of being of secretly practicing Judaism in their place. Amsterdam at this point did not officially allow Jews to reside there, but they were residing as Portuguese individuals, right? Because they were technically Christian. The rabbi and his son were arrested, were brought before the magistrate on Yom Kippur, and they explained that in fact they weren't doing anything. Oh, I forgot one small detail. Excuse me. They were accused, actually, they had no idea, according to the original story, they had no idea that they were Jews. They accused them of being Catholics, which was, for the Dutch at this time, quite a bit worse because they were warring with Catholics. And so they were brought before the king, the magistrate, and the magistrate asked for the report from the sheriff. And in fact, they amazingly found no Catholic paraphernalia in the house. There's no crucifixes, no chalices, nothing like that. And so the rabbi explained the truth is we're not Catholics, we're Jews. And so the magistrate said, oh, Jews? Well, okay then, no problem. And he let them go. And this is the fanciful version of the story of the beginnings of the official community. About a dozen years later, they were granted official permission to exist, but at that time, the Dutch simply turned a blind eye to them. Now, fascinatingly, the story is basically true, but there are some key details that are different. The reason we know there are key details that are different is because we also have the police report. And the police report says a few different things. The first thing is it was Yom Kippur. It was about 10 years later that reported. And the police broke in not because they suspected them of being Catholics, but because they suspected them of white-collar crimes. They suspected there was some kind of criminal conspiracy going on to subvert the tariffs and taxes of the state. And they arrested the rabbi and his son. And they pleaded before the magistrate that they had nothing to do with any of this, kind of white-collar crime. And all they were doing was praying according to the rites and rituals of Yom Kippur. And that's when the magistrate said, okay, fine, you guys are not white-collar criminals, as far as you can tell. And they let them. That's the origins of the community. Now, later on, as I mentioned, they would eventually gain official recognition, but not in all parts of the Netherlands. In fact, there are many parts of the Netherlands where Jews were forbidden to reside. There are other parts where they were allowed to reside, but only in certain small restricted numbers, and they all had to sign statements of good behavior. And even in those places where they were required to reside, they had all kinds of disabilities, like if they were drawn into a court case, they were intrinsically believed to be liars, and they had to take the the Jewish oath, which meant they had to undergo a ritual humiliation in order to prove that they would tell the truth. Not only putting their hand, for example, on a Tanakh, which is a very common thing, you put your hand in the Bible and you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, that kind of thing. But Jews were required to, for example, their chest, stand on a newly slaughtered pigskin, sometimes even hold a Torah scroll to swear they would tell the truth, because they were intrinsically considered to be untrustworthy. At any rate, by the time you get to the year 1600, you definitely have a small, officially tolerated presence of Jews in Amsterdam, and they're primarily these Portuguese migrants. They are functionally illiterate in Judaism. They have been living for a century now without any access to Jewish teachings, to Jewish texts, and they practice a kind of like half and half Judaism, half and half Christianity. They take advantage of their Christian identity to be able to travel wherever they want in Europe. And only when they feel sufficiently safe do they begin to reveal themselves to be actually Jewish. This happens, incidentally, in the town I mentioned earlier, Recife, which was actually a Portuguese-held island off the coast of Brazil, which many Jews fled to as Christians. And when Amsterdam took over that small island in the 1650s, they essentially came out of the closet and said, hooray, the Dutch now control us, we can be Jewish. and they reveal their identities only to discover that in 1654, as a result of a treaty, the Portuguese took the island over again. And now they were in trouble with the Inquisition, and so they fled northward to land in Manhattan and establish the Jewish community here in New York. Okay, so if we go back to Amsterdam now, we have figures like Uriel da Costa, who I spoke about in a video a little while ago, who is this remarkable figure who comes, his parents tell him as an adult that actually he's Jewish. Typically, Portuguese children were not told of their Jewish identity because fear they would reveal their identities to their friends, because children talk and don't understand the significance of it. So when he learned that he was Jewish and that they were going to leave Portugal and make their way to Amsterdam, he was like overwhelmed. He was delighted. He thought that was fantastic. But he was sorely disappointed when he got to Amsterdam and he saw that Jews don't always behave as wonderfully as the characters that he read about in the Old Testament when he was living in Portugal. And he became quite a gadfly to the Portuguese Jewish community in Amsterdam, so much so that they actually excommunicated him 3 times. The idea being that by trying to moderate their control over his behavior, he would stop making such a mess and stop, representing Judaism as being somehow hypocritical to the larger world. Uriel da Costa was a very great intellectual. He actually wrote books in Portuguese in order to communicate, and in Latin, by the way, how he felt about Judaism, and it was like an embarrassment to the community. He ultimately, after a ritual circumcision, a ritual humiliation, he actually committed suicide, which was in itself also a terrible humiliation to the entire community. But he served as a role model, not necessarily a positive one, for Baruch Spinoza, shown here, who is perhaps the most famous Jew to emerge from Amsterdam of all time. Spinoza, who was about 25 years the junior of Acosta, was a lens grinder. In fact, died from ailment, from inhaling the dust of lenses that he was grinding all the time. But he developed, partially from his Portuguese roots of skepticism, a very different approach to Judaism, which directly challenged the authority of the rabbis, among other things. The rabbis, wishing to control this kind of heretical behavior, not only heretical vis-a-vis traditional Judaism, but even more seriously, heretical vis-a-vis Christianity. We should not forget that the Portuguese Jewish community was still quite tenuous in the beginning of the 17th century, and although Amsterdam was a comparatively liberal place, the Jews were quite worried that they would lose their privileged position there and they would be expelled, which was something that was happening all over the continent. And so they especially wanted to make sure that all members of the community kept their heads down, did not make waves, didn't make a fuss, and didn't draw unnecessary attention to them, particularly by promoting heretical approaches to the Bible, which reminds me of a joke. I can't help, I gotta tell you this quick joke. 2 Jews are being led out to a firing squad. As they're being led out, they placed in front of the wall, and they put the blindfolds on them. One of them starts saying, "Wait, don't do this. It's a mistake. I'm totally innocent. I can prove it. Please don't shoot me. Please don't kill me." And the other one says to him, "Shut up. Don't make trouble." Because the idea was that the Jewish community was trying to self-police themselves, trying to control their heterogeneous elements, which were only bound to grow in Amsterdam, given the nature of the Portuguese population. And they failed to do so with Spinoza. They placed him, like Acosta, under a harem, under a ban. No one is allowed to stand within 4 feet of him. No one was allowed to do business with him. No one was allowed to speak to him. And you get the picture of Spinoza here from this brilliant picture by Shmuel Herschenberg from 1907, one of the early artists of Israel, originally from Poland, who composed this image. You can see that he's like lost in a book. He's dressed in Portuguese Dutch fashion, and he has no idea of the impact he's making on these traditionalist Jews in the background who are alternately afraid of him. One of them is blocking the door to the synagogue, and others looks like he's bending down to pick up a rock to throw at him. Obviously, this is a very pro-Spinoza kind of image, but it carries some of the theme of this. Now, there's a lot more to say about the second half of the 17th century, especially the influence of Shabbatai Tzvi, the false messiah, who actually found an increasingly large and important following in Amsterdam, one of his major centers in Western Europe as a whole. But I'm not going to take us too far in that direction. Just suffice to say that there are amazing things to say about the Jewish community of Amsterdam. I want to conclude, however, with this one idea of Amsterdam as a refuge, because although the Jewish community struggled to contain its antinomian and exceptional individuals like Acosta and like Spinoza, there's no question that they valued highly the idea of Amsterdam being a point of refuge, being a place where Jews could flee to in the short term as they're awaiting the messianic redemption of Israel. And we see this in particular in one place, graphically at any rate. What you're looking at right here is one of the most important literary products of the Spanish, the Sephardic diaspora. This is the so-called Ferrara Bible, which was published in Italy in the middle of the 16th century. And it was a translation from the Hebrew into Spanish, very valued by Bible scholars of the day. And it was largely translated by Spanish and Portuguese refugees who had made their way to Italy. And there was this very, very great sponsorship by two amazing women of that century, Gracia Nasi and also Benvenida Abravanel, very important figures from Spain who used their great wealth to promote Jewish causes. At any rate, on the frontispiece here, on the title page, as you can see here, there's a strange choice of an image of a ship in distress, lost at sea with a broken mast, surrounded by monsters and these strange looking like wind gods in the outside graphics, as if to say that the Spanish expulsion had tossed the Jews out into the Mediterranean, out into the Atlantic on uncertain destinations. And after great difficulty, they managed to find their way to places like Ferrara and places like Amsterdam. To show you the Amsterdam equivalent, this is a very small detail from a book you may actually have in your home, the Maxwell House Haggadah, which was based originally on the 1695 Amsterdam printing of the Haggadah, which featured some amazing illustrations by a man named Abraham Bar Yaakov. Abraham Bar Yaakov was actually a Christian. He served as a Protestant minister before leaving Germany and migrating to Amsterdam so he could study Judaism. He ended up converting to Judaism and displayed great talent as an engraver. He created the illustrations for one of the most popular Haggadahs in all history, which has graced tens of thousands of Jewish tables in America alone. It is largely a result of this one unusual individual's conversion to Judaism and his interpretation of the stories in the Haggadah. And this little detail is on the title page. It's his signature. You can see at the bottom there, Avraham Bar Yaakov, but he's portraying something which has no appearance in the Haggadah whatsoever, but is his own personal view of his life connected inextricably with Amsterdam. As you can see in the top left, there is again that motif, like in the Ferrara Bible, of the ship at sea in distress, people falling overboard, the terrible sea monsters about to swallow them, but he transvalues that by putting in the lower right corner the figure of Jonah, disgorged by the great whale or great fish onto dry land to safety. And as he looks over his shoulder at the horrible danger that he has survived, That's when he reflects on the tremendous kindness that Amsterdam showed him by being that place of refuge, intellectually and spiritually. And this is part of the Amsterdam Jewish story in a very small image. So I'm hoping that God willing, we'll have the opportunity to speak at much more length about the entire history of the Jews of Amsterdam from their earliest origins up until the 21st century. But for now, I will conclude, and I'm going to hand this back to David. I look forward to hearing your questions in the Q&A line. Thank you for your attention.
Wow, thank you, Henry. This was, I have to tell you, such an interesting and thoroughly executed lecture that, believe it or not, there are no questions because he said it all. So, thank you very much. And
You can ask questions that no one else is ready to ask. No, everyone is afraid to ask the first question. So if someone wants to start with the second question, we'll be good with that.
maybe I will again act as the thumb during the Haggadah, asking simple questions because I know you don't like hard questions. I will leave that for the vote. I will think of something very, very difficult and then I'll pop it. Maybe just very briefly, if you can talk a bit on the role of Hebrew print in Amsterdam, because Amsterdam obviously was very important printing center in the Jewish world.
Yeah, sure. That is a fascinating question. Thank you for asking it. We got to place this in context of the time, right? The printing press comes out in the middle of the 15th century. Jews are early adopters. They're loving it. This is a great way because even Jews are al-kitab, as the Arabs call us, the people of the book, and they really meant the people of the manuscript. But manuscripts are like hugely expensive, prone to error, very easily damaged, fragile, hard to replace. With the printing press, and especially movable type, all of a sudden, you have the opportunity for a tremendous new industry. And Jews are big consumers of written material. So there are a few big centers that develop. The Spaniards try to get into it early on, but of course they're expelled very early. But our first Talmuds, for example, come from Spain in the 1480s. And then the Venetians in particular, in the beginning of the 16th century, they start printing in big time. Amsterdam is kind of like the third wave of publishing for Jews. And you have a few major printing houses that are established there, largely because of very favorable tax policies and the absence of church oversight. In Catholic countries, the church begins to say, wait a second, what exactly are you Jews writing here? Because it's all Polish people, we don't know what you're saying, and they have to impose lots of censors, things like that. In Amsterdam, you don't have that church oversight, and you have the mercantile connection where they're shipping books out everywhere across the ocean as well. So there is this effervescence of Jewish printing. Also, bear in mind that these Portuguese Jews, they're essentially Bale Tshuva. They're essentially coming to Judaism with a Christian background, a secular background, if you will, for that time and place, and they're willing to entertain new ideas. It doesn't have to be orthodox, small O orthodox. You can give us new thoughts. One of the most important Amsterdam Jews at the time was Manasseh ben Israel, who published the theory that that some of the 10 tribes that were lost in the extension of the Common Era were actually alive and well and living in Colombia, in South America. And that was a hugely popular book, very influential across the ocean, translated into English as well. It's available under the title The Hope of Israel. So there's some fascinating, beautiful things with printing in Amsterdam.
Thank you very much. We have another question, which is from an anonymous attendee. Any idea why Dutch Jews, alone among all other Jews, wait only 1 hour between meat and milk?
Yeah, I think the one answer to that is probably the proximity of Swiss chocolate, Toblerone, right? Like once you've got such a great chocolate like that, you really want to eat it as soon as possible. Okay, that's a joke. I hope you laughed at that. It's an excellent question. I've never actually thought about how that particular minhag or custom developed. Um, from a halachic perspective, I'm not a rabbi, but from a halachic perspective, when you look at the passage in the Talmud that talks about meat and milk, it doesn't specify a specific amount of time. And when you get to the expositors of halakha, especially at the time of the Shulchan Aruch, 15th, 16th century and onward, that's when it begins to find its expression in text in a very reified fashion. So most of the Talmudic commentators of the early medieval period tied it to the process of digestion. How long does it actually take to digest meat so that you're not really consuming meat and milk together? And especially the sense of taste, so you won't taste meat and milk together. That's why you have the development of a more strict opinion, perhaps in Eastern Europe, of 6 hours. In Germany, per se, the 3-hour time limit. And in Amsterdam, in Holland, only 1 hour. I'll have to look further into it to see if there is a justification on a historic basis. Excellent question, anyways. I'm going to be thinking about that once I have lunch today.
Thank you. I think there are no more questions, so I would like to conclude the lecture part. Thank you so much, Henry. This is as always just pure pleasure to listen to you and learn from you. And I really hope that Hashem that we will continue on the boat, and we will. You all know that, and I'm looking forward to that. So thank you, and now I will hand over to David Lawrence, who has a few concluding remarks.
Thank you so much, Henry. What we do on our cruises, I mean, Henry is an integral part of the team, and makes it, a really special experience. When we do our cruises, we're going all over the world, but we always try to have that Jewish aspect of it. We are a community of Jews traveling together, learning together, and that's all part of our process. When we our cruises are meant to be education in both secular, exactly what we're seeing, but to understand and the Jewish part of it, and to understand the secular part and the Jewish part. You got to understand both sides of the coin, and that which makes it really, really special. What we do is, and when we create this community, people, Henry is always around, whether they're impromptu talks over dinner or whenever people can ask questions, people can have extra time. There's so much going on, as you know, and people who've been on our cruises before, they start at 8 in the morning and finish at 11 at night. So there is always something scheduled, and there's always something happening. Do as much as you want, or do as little as you want. And again, this is something that we've tried for the last, I guess, cruising has been doing this for about 25 years. Malcolm is one of the experts in cruising from large ships. We've moved over to the small ships because we enjoy being just a community of Jews traveling together, and we think that's what makes this a really special experience. People who came in a little bit later, we are waiting to hear what's happening in Europe, what's happening with the governments, how they're allowing the rivers to flow, who's allowed on the river, when, what are the protocols. Once we know what's happening, we'll let you know exactly what's happening. We have, like I said, our Dream Now cruise later, which is just sign up. No deposit necessary when the cruise is confirmed, and at that point you can make a decision if you want to come or not. And if Amsterdam doesn't go, if the Netherlands doesn't go, again, our next cruises will start in October in Portugal, and then for next year we have everything from, as you see on our website, which we keep updated all the time. I'd like to thank everybody once again for coming. Please contact us if you have any questions whatsoever. Be happy to answer them, and spread the word. We're here, and we're looking to travel all together soon. And once again, thank you, everybody.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'm really excited to share with you today the results of a study that I recently read. It's absolutely fascinating, talking about the genetic history of early Ashkenazi Jews. I'm just beginning my research now to prepare for the cruising season of kosher riverboat cruises. Looking forward to visiting the Netherlands and Belgium, and then a little later going to the Rhone River again to the south of France. So let's start with this new study, which is absolutely fascinating. Talks about the genetic history of early Ashkenazi Jews. So first of all, let's understand what are the regions we're speaking about. If you look at this map here, you see basically the settlement of Ashkenazi Jews begins in this northern central part of Europe, primarily Germany, the Rhineland, and these locations were where we begin to see Jews showing up from the 6th to the 11th century, especially around the 9th century, start getting much more concrete historical data. Then, of course, they'll spread towards the east in particular, eventually into the great heartland where they'll expand to Poland, Ukraine, and eventually make their way over to the Americas. But one of the enduring questions in Jewish history has been like, how exactly did the Ashkenazi Jews get there? And there are a few different models of operation here. Have a look at this map, which takes advantage of research available through DNA studies. And the model, which seems to be the most definitive, and in fact, the study that I'm looking at with you today seems to confirm it, indicates that most Ashkenazi Jews, or at least a plurality of them, have their roots in the Middle East, of course, the region of ancient Israel, with a strong admixture of Italian DNA, meaning that they migrated from the ancient site of Israel through the Italian peninsula before they made their way to the heartland of Ashkenaz in northern Europe. There's also a significant admixture of Sephardic Jewry. You see them coming from the Iberian Peninsula after perhaps a trek across North Africa, and then moving into Provence, the south of France, and then up into the Ashkenazi heartland. But the main trend of migration, which has historically been accepted based on literary evidence, like the toponymous families settling there and so on, has always been through the Italian Peninsula. And some partial DNA results have indicated that there's some sort of DNA research is definitely the cutting edge of historical work, looking at these original populations. And one of the studies that we looked at a little while ago was the discovery of the remains of 70 people who were sadly thrown down a well in Norwich. Radiocarbon dating of the remains suggested that they came from the 12th century, a period when there were great massacres of Jews connected to the Third Crusade. And in fact, when the DNA analysis was performed on these remains, it did confirm that these were Ashkenazi Jews, very well matched to contemporary Ashkenazi Jews. And as you can see from this image here, which comes from the Natural History Museum, that they were able to actually reconstruct their faces based on the DNA evidence collected. They're also able to reconstruct some of their, complexion, eye culture, color, and things like that. They're also able to determine, for example, that one of the children had blue eyes and red hair, which was sort of a stereotypical way of depicting Jews in the 12th century as well. So it's just fascinating to see these kind of episodic bits of information. The problem, however, is that, in Jewish law, Jews are prohibited from simply digging up graves and then taking DNA samples.
That's totally unacceptable. In fact, in Israel, whenever there's some kind of construction going on and they find the remains of some ancient cemetery, they have to take all kinds of precautions. They can't even dive in and start, dissecting the remains of these ancient people who lived there. So there's always been very difficult in actually conducting this research. But I'm very grateful to my colleague, Dr. Ellie Goldman, who is a science writer who shared with me this fascinating preprint study that's going to be appearing in a very prestigious journal soon. And it gave us the results of a study that comes out of Erfurt, Germany. Let me show you that study and explain how it depicts in much greater detail the genetic history of early Ashkenazi Jews. So first of all, it's dealing with this site in Germany, the city of Erfurt, which has a known, well-documented Jewish community. The title of the article is Genome-wide Data from Medieval German Jews show that the Ashkenazi founder event predated the 14th century. And there are over 20 authors from really prestigious institutions all over the world, led by S. Walton, putting together this amazing piece of research, about 100 pages long in total. It was so fascinating to read. Here's a photograph of the actual discovery itself. It's a cemetery just outside the city walls of ancient Erfurt, or medieval Erfurt. You can see that in the top picture, the city wall is just there on the right, and in the bottom is the actual discovery of the remains. Now, once it was suggested that these were in fact Jews, the study actually went to some of the most premier authorities of Jewish law to ensure that the remains were treated with proper respect. In fact, the research was conducted entirely on teeth that were detached from the skulls of the deceased, which constitutes a different category of remains, and it was much more with regards to assessing the DNA in those teeth. Also fascinating, we looked at differences in the enamel, and were able to identify, in fact, that some of the remains came from a slightly different location. Earlier, absolutely fascinating research. But what I really want to focus on is this idea of the founder event and something called the genetic bottleneck, which together gives us a much clearer picture of how Jews came to Ashkenaz in the first place. So please have a look at this diagram, which I have painstakingly created for you to illustrate how I see the idea of a genetic bottleneck. You've got these curving lines, and they move upwards in time. At the bottom of this bottleneck, you have Jews in ancient Israel, and at the top, you have modern Ashkenazi Jews. We're speaking specifically about Ashkenazi Jews because that's the results of the Air Force research. So the Jews in ancient Israel, there's really no category of race within traditional Jewish thinking. There is a category of religion, there's a category of tribal affiliation, and you see in lots of literary sources that there are tons of people from inside the Jewish world coming into the Jewish genetic population base. So, for example, in the Bible, there's descriptions of the Moabite woman Ruth, who of course comes in and marries Boaz, and then later one of her offspring is actually her descendants is David, King David. You have Antipater, who was the father of King Herod, who was Ismael. You have Helena of Adiabene, who converts to Judaism and joins the Jewish people and is actually married to. So we've got lots and lots of examples of people who come to the Jewish community later in life. Makes perfect sense. Then there is a significant historical displacement with the Roman Jewish wars, starting with the Great War from 66 to 74 of the Common Era. A massive number of Jews are displaced from ancient Israel and taken as slaves to Rome. That number is expanded with the Bar Kokhba rebellion 70-odd years later. And there's already an existing Jewish diaspora community living in the Italian Peninsula, so that's when you have a significant population of Jews moving to that part of the world. So, beginning in the first, second century in particular, you have Jews who are also marrying South Italians, and then later North Italians, and the genetic base of those Jews who were displaced to Italy is naturally expanded by their connections with other people. Of course, we're not getting here into the whole discussion of the various types of relationships. Certainly, some of them involve conversion of one form or another. Some of them might involve forced relations, of course, rapes. But at any rate, we definitely have an admixture of DNA during the early part of rape activity. Then you get to something which we call the founder event. And this is the period when a small number of Italian Jews migrate to the Ashkenazi heartland in central Germany, around the Rhine. And that is genetically calculated to be about 45 generations ago. You work with a number of about 25 years per generation. And the authors of the study suggest that founder event dates to somewhere around the year 800. And that corresponds with a lot of the data we have from other sources, including literary sources. And when you calculate that based on the Erfurt remains, it's very clear that the people who were buried in Erfurt, the 33 individuals discovered there, are the descendants of people who have this combination of Middle Eastern and Italian DNA, to be sure. Another fascinating thing is that the narrowing of the genetic bottleneck, because the people who were born from 800 in Ashkenaz until about 1350 are basically drawn from this very small sample of people. And in fact, the authors observed that modern Ashkenazi Jews, even after another 700 years, are also really closely linked to the genetic profile of this American remains. So even though there's been a tremendous amount of change in the Jewish world over the last 100 years or so, Ashkenazi Jews still seem to have a very similar profile to medieval. I don't know what this would look like if we were to examine it again in 200 years from now or something, but this essentially describes a picture of how modern Ashkenazi Jews came to be. Have a look at this map here, and basically the picture we have is where the number one is. You have the Jews exiled from Israel in the context of the Roman-Jewish wars. They settle in Italy. There they mix with the local Italian population and eventually make their way back to the Ashkenazi heartland. And the actual percentages, it's hard to calculate precisely because there's some time where you have a lot of southern Italian influence and later northern Italian influence. But the authors of this study suggest that the Middle Eastern DNA of the Erfurt remains somewhere between 50 to 45%, depending on the individual and how you measure the difference with southern and northern Italian influence. And that Italian influence is somewhere between 45 and up to 70% of their DNA. So that's basically confirming the literary picture we have of Ashkenazi Jews being essentially the descendants of Middle Eastern Jews making their way through the Italian states. I find that fascinating just on its own because it helps solidify our picture of how the Ashkenazi Jews came to be. But of course, there's a lot of other implications. As, for example, the Norwich study was able to identify specific illnesses that affect Ashkenazim, for example, breast cancer and cystic fibrosis and things like that. And that may have implications for later cures. It also, puts to rest some of the more bizarre theories, for example, a Khazarian influence on Ashkenazi Jews, which is not supported by any of this research. And it is also especially relevant in today's social moment because there's so many people who are, fairly vociferously arguing that Ashkenazi Jews are not actually Jewish, some other population of Jewish, which is kind of bizarre. I mean, historically speaking, Jews have been accused of being communists, they've been accused of being capitalists. We're at a moment now where Jews are accused of being not actually Jews. That's something new. At any rate, I'm fascinated by this study, and I'm really hoping that if you want to learn more of this, please join me on our contributor News to the Netherlands, where we'll be really focusing on the history of Ashkenazi Jews in particular. Thank you very much for watching this video, and I'm looking forward to speaking with you again.
Hello, fellow students of leadership. I'm really excited about this opportunity because together with the amazing group of people at Coaching Window Group, I'm planning on using the Growing Global Valley, which is my son friends, and it's absolutely fascinating place for the development of leadership. It's the region of Rabbi, which is just a tremendous melting pot of ideas connected with the Iberian Peninsula, with Central France, and connected through Italy across the Mediterranean. It's flowing into Milan. Got a translators that people have driven over there. Ideas are just percolating. It's so amazing. I'd like to take this opportunity now to speak about another traveler to Provence a long time ago, the great Benjamin of Tudela, who traveled to Provence parts far the east of it, somewhere between years 1159 and 1167, and returned around 1173. So he's traveling for a good 14 odd years, a century before Marco Polo. And he recorded his travels in so-called Masahol of Vinyama to Tudela, and it's basically a very early travel outfit for then. Unfortunately, the editions that have survived are probably not accurate. There's a lot of errors because it was copied so many times over and over again, and the so-called optimized where people show different parts of the example. Anyway, we have a version of it, and it has a tremendous amount of information, and it was translated in all kinds of European languages. And this is a pretty rare thing for a person to travel this distance. It can really only be done well by a monarchy, which essentially will distinguish something like this in that country, just by an individual who was Jewish, because he could connect with Jewish communities all along the region. In fact, that's exactly what he did. And he doesn't tell us exactly why he's traveling, but frequent references to things like Torah, he's very interested in Torah, suggest that maybe it was part of the gem trade precious gems. But all the way along his travels, beautifully notes the nature of the Jewish community, roughly how big they are, how far apart they are, famous Jews living there, strange customs that they have there. It's absolutely fascinating. So he specifically, early on in this trip, of course, he goes Provence. You can see this map here. This is a pretty reliable route, although he describes many places as far away as India and China, and he likely did not see himself, but heard about while he was traveling. Records those depictions as well, doubt. But he starts out in Tudela, which is northern Spain, and then he makes his way to the Mediterranean coast, and he cuts the coast, and that's when he goes to Provence. You can see here, the regions of Provence here have different cities like Narbonne, Brazil, Guinness, these are all places associated with great virtual Jewish spiritual activity that happens in the sense that is actually true. You mentioned some of the things people who arrived at active met, like the great Rabbi Abraham Ibn Dawud, the Riva, who wrote fantastic critiques of Maimonides and references to all kinds of people that studied Tosafot, who's familiar with them. The Talmud itself, really, really interesting. The historical value of this particular document, dated from the 12th century, is really incredibly precious because there's lots of information about trade, about ethnography, provides many firsts. For example, the very first account that was used for non-Arabic source, the first European reference to China by that name. It gives us sometimes the only source that we had for a long time about, for example, the false Messiah David Alroy. Kevin Arnett and Nephew Stelling spend way more time talking about something very interesting about the more mundane conventional travel and cities and like that. He also provides for us fascinating glimpses into disparate Jewish communities like the Black Jews of the Malabar coast of India and so on. He probably did not reach the Ashkenazic heartland, but he does describe the great cities there, so obviously the people he was in contact with at the time were quite good about the Ashkenaz, which was then reaching into its heritage. Okay, I hope that you will be able to travel with us on our cruise to the Holland River Valley. But if not, I really look forward to sharing these videos with you. And thank you very much for watching.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'm doing a lot of research lately in preparation for a trip to the Netherlands and Belgium with kosher riverboat cruises. Really looking forward to this part of the world. And today I'd like to speak about something quite fascinating and rather unique that occurred in Amsterdam in February of 1941. It was a massive general strike organized by non-Jews, the regular people of Amsterdam, to protest the Nazi treatment of Jews. This was really something that was unparalleled anywhere else in Nazi-occupied Europe. About 300,000 workers participated in this general strike by going off the job, and it's symbolized in particular by the dock workers. This was a movement that ultimately failed. In fact, it was brutally suppressed by the Nazis, and the end result of the strike was not sufficient to hold back the Nazi atrocities that were perpetrated against the Jewish people in Amsterdam in specific and the people of the Netherlands in general. But nevertheless, it stands alone as a really bright spot in the history of the Holocaust in Western Europe. So let's try to understand what exactly happened. So Amsterdam, as I'm sure you're aware, is traditionally known as a very liberal city, known for its civic freedoms and its general policy of tolerance. This came to a shocking end when the Nazis invaded in May of 1940, and immediately they began to remove the Jews from various civil service professions, which they had integrated into very well over the course of the 19th and early 20th centuries. Jews protested against this. There were some street battles between the Dutch version of the brown shirts, known as the WA, and various Jewish self-defense groups. And some of those protests and battles actually got rather violent. On the 11th of February, one of these WA members was hurt and later died. The Nazis reacted with typical harshness and collective punishment by sealing off an entire Jewish neighborhood. There were other battles going on at this time, including one rather important one that occurred in an ice cream parlor that involved dousing the police with this kind of ammonia spray. And then there was a major pogrom on the 22nd and 23rd of February when Nazis seized 425 Jewish men and deported them. Almost all of them were killed in Belgium. The following day, after this crescendo of violence, workers gathered for a spontaneous open-air meeting, and with important leadership from the Communist Party of the Netherlands, who were the sworn enemies, of course, of the Nazis, they proclaimed a general strike. Here is a handwritten proclamation of the strike. They actually wrote the word strike 3 times with 3 exclamation marks each to really emphasize the importance of this. And it was extremely successful. The participation was incredible. 300,000 people in a wide variety of fields. This is believed to be the largest single public demonstration by non-Jews, organized by non-Jews, participation by non-Jews, in solidarity with Jews. And there's really nothing like this in Europe. The only thing that can compare to it is, of course, the tremendous amount of effort that went into fighting the Nazis. But this was something specifically directed by civilians at the Nazis in protest of the treatment of Jews. The Nazis ended it almost immediately with very harsh measures. And in fact, when we look at the end result, it was actually quite horrific for Amsterdam Jews. By the end of the Holocaust, 80% of the Jews who were living in Amsterdam before 1939 were killed. And that's an incredibly high rate of murder, higher than almost anywhere else in Western Europe and Eastern Europe. About 1/3 of those Jews who were living in hiding were betrayed, discovered, and then later killed. That includes, of course, the famous Frank family, whose daughter Anne wrote an incredibly important memoir of Amsterdam at that time before she herself was killed. The February strike, however, represents a unique moment in Amsterdam's history when the whole population stood up and protested against the Nazi rule. Every February 25th, the people of Amsterdam come together to commemorate this great strike and what it meant, and they gather around this remarkable statue that was erected in the war to remember the moment. It's called the Dock Worker by the Dutch sculptor Marie Andreasen, and it's actually really worth looking at because you see it's a sculpture of not a heroic looking individual. He looks like a man in his middle age, somewhat perhaps overweight, still muscular. He is a dock worker, but he's not like a Soviet, and certainly not like the Nazi heroic model of like his bulging pectorals and things like that, with his strong chins and stuff. He's just a regular worker guy. And he's kind of looking up from his labor. His stance is not even especially aggressive. He's just kind of like relaxed mode, but his hands are slowly clenching as if he's coming to realize the enormity of the atrocities that's going on around them, and that dawning of insight to what the Nazi occupation meant for the people of Amsterdam, especially the Jews of Amsterdam, begins to enrage the collective spirit. It's so beautifully captured in this remarkable piece of art. I'm looking forward to visiting the statue in particular when we visit Amsterdam. I hope you'll be able to join us on this cruise, and if not, I look forward to sharing with you the things I discover as I'm doing my research in advance, and of course some video from our side. Thank you very much for watching.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you can all hear me and see the screen okay. If one of you please quickly go into the Q&A and just say, yes, I see, I said fine, that would be very helpful. Otherwise, I'm going to get started with the presentation. Oh, excellent. Thank you so much, Ms. Torres. I'm going to get straight into the presentation. Thank you very much for joining me. My name is Henry Jacobson, and I'm really excited about being part of cultural biblical communities. Where a couple times a year, I get to go to various places along rivers in Europe and explore Jewish history. Usually takes about 100 people with us on these fantastic boats, and we basically just get to experience Jewish history in real life, right? Go out and visit where it happens, which is absolutely fantastic. So today, in preparation for a cruise that is scheduled for August this year, I'd like to talk to you a little bit about the saga of Dutch Jewry. We'll have a little bit of opportunity again to just Q&A, both about Dutch Jewry and about the food market. Okay, so why don't I get started right away with the material? I figure I'll speak about the history for about half an hour or so. Okay, so here we go. The origins of the first I like to look for examples here is Belgium, the Netherlands area. As you can see from this Google map here, it's on the northwestern coast of the European continent, not too far from England. And here is a picture of Holland in particular, or the Netherlands in particular, which is made up of actually four sides. North and South Holland are significant. And I think a more important way to think of this area, though, is not so much this political map here that shows various administrative provinces, but really this map here, which shows the tentative route that we're planning to take in our cruise in August, alongside this map here, which shows you how much of this region is is actually under sea level. The blue parts, the sky blue parts, are below sea level. And of course, you can see Amsterdam, which I write above the blue in there. It's protected by some kind of barrier island. But it was actually inundated with the waters of the Atlantic and flooded. So how is it possible that you have a city there? This is quite a bit out of reach here, right up to the beach of Utrecht. How is it possible that this region is settled? So this is the origin of a very clever and well-known Dutch stick. What keeps you out of it? Out of the whole invention, which translates as God created the world that the Dutch created Holland. And this is absolutely true in a very, very real way. So this is referring to is the massive amount of water engineering that went on in Holland in particular. The creation of these things called polders, which are essentially by managing the water, building up the heat, draining the heat, you're able to actually create serviceable land where the could be actually farmed and actually built on. This really begins in the 14th century and continuously success afterwards. Here, I'll show you a couple of pictures here. This is one of the many, many water engineering stations that dots the countryside in this region. You can see the artillery screens there that pull the water up from the right-hand side of the picture and dump it out on the left-hand side of the picture. And this creates this massive region of very, very flat areas for farming and for settlement, where we get the term the low countries. That's what this is. The low sea level and the restoration factories. Now, there's some fascinating research on how this geography affected Dutch culture, politics, and society. And I was very, very considering as I recently read Russian Shorto's remarkable book on Amsterdam, in which he speaks about the impact that this region, the nature of the land being underwater, had on the Dutch people as a whole. Specifically, we're talking about a part of the world where mobility didn't control any of the land because the land was underwater. It was actually ocean. And so here you have a whole bunch of peasants who say, hey, listen, what if we were to go out into the ocean and have this audacious idea of making farmland out of the ocean? Then that would be ours, right? That would be ours. We could just farm it ourselves. And the only way that this can be done is if we all cooperate with each other. These are massive public works. No one person can drain this region. It has to be done in concert with many other people, and it has to be done both with a great deal of individualism, because you've got to do your part for your particular piece of farmland, but on the other hand, recognizing that you are part of a much larger whole, and everyone has to hang together, or else literally you can drown in the ocean. So out of this sort of system of thinking, landless peasants decided to cooperate and build the society together. You have the unusual passion of the Dutch mindset, Dutch culture that really there's so many different aspects of the culture. One of the most interesting words that I came across was this word gedorga, I think it's pronounced, which means illegal but officially tolerated. Because if you live in this kind of society where everyone has to get along, if you have a neighbor who does something that is not, something you approve of socially, religiously, politically, as long as he manages to keep up his part of the social map and keep the folder drained and UAE for the water management, you're prepared to just live and let it do these groups as long as he is ensuring the norms of society insofar as our economic realities derived entirely from our cooperative nature, that was broken. And so the Dutch culture really evolved around this basic concept. We see it in 20th century politics with issues related to Jews to be great citizens of the community as long as they fit into the overall social needs of the society that needs to have together. And in fact, that's exactly what the Dutch offered the Jews. They were able to live in great tranquility in this part of the world for many hundreds of years in a very Jewish society. So let's have a look at now a little bit of how that society evolved. Let's start first of all where the Jews, how did they get to everyone's understanding? So we have to step back a little further, quite a bit further actually, because how did the Jews get to Europe in the first place? So the very, very earliest evidence is so-called Ashkenazi Jews. Ashkenazim are basically Jews who trace their ancestors back to the region of Ashkenaz, basically where they're the Rabbi. This is the term itself is something artificial. When the Jews settled there, they sort of picked it out of the Bible and said, okay, let's call this Ashkenaz. There's no real connection biblically between the name as it's used in the book of Genesis and it's just one particular reference. Maybe there's reference to Chai as well. We don't know where those locations are as described in the Bible, but they're highly likely located in that term associated with the Ashkenazi Jews much later. Here's basically how they get there. By the way, is derived somewhat from the literary record where it was past the 12th century account of how Jews got the Ashkenazi several hundred years after they had already started there, and that bears all of the challenges of legendary history of Jews. And as a way to kind of explain it in reality, not necessarily describing the historical process, but also the alternate fascinatingly with DNA research, which says a lot in a scientific manner that actually bolsters this position. Here's how basically Jews got to Ashkenaz, which is just a little bit west of the Netherlands, and then we'll start talking about how they moved from there to the Netherlands. We start with Jews in ancient Israel, right up until the first two colossal devastating Roman Jewish wars. The Jews of Judea but now in the first century, starting in the year 66, that was crushed by the Romans. It took them quite a while to finish a series of battles that eventually much in the year 70 with pockets of resistance lasting for a few more years. This was the Great Roman Jewish War that resulted in the destruction of the temple. There was then a smaller regional war called the Taik and a much bigger rebellion that was rivaling the first war in the ROTHSCHILD too. All of these, of course, were Dutch, and some remarkable challenges by Jews living together. The Jews of the region were frequently punished, particularly the first war of the rebellion, with forced deportation to the Italian peninsula, where they worked as slaves. According to Josephus, there were as many as 100,000 of these Jews who were taken to Judea in the first century, a number that many scholars believe is very accurate. And these are how the Jews basically got into Europe, primarily through the let's see how it is. So if you look at this chart, you see that the arrow on the left is time. It's earlier in time at the bottom, later in time at the top. You have Jews of ancient Israel, and then in the first and second centuries, about 100,000 basically sent as slaves to Rome. By the way, there was already to live in Rome prior to the first Roman Jewish war. In fact, a good 200 years prior, but where the massive influx happens in the first and second century. And then while they're living there, they're also integrating the Belgian society. They ultimately eventually get citizenship. There's actually a fairly large number of citizens in the Roman Empire, and you begin to see the penetration of Italians into the Jewish ethnicity. This is largely done as part of the food conversion, because when we get to about the year 800, there is what's called the founder of that. This is the foundation of Ashkenazi society. Sometime around the year 800, based on both the literary sources they were hosted by Some DNA evidence even indicates that about half of all modern day Ashkenazi Jews are descended from four specific women who come from Asia. That is, their mitochondrial DNA, the individual DNA that a person gets from one's mother, and only women pass it down, means that they have four specific mitochondrial Sarah, Rachel, and Rebecca, but probably not. But anyway, these people were Jewish is allowed Judaism, and so these women were also in that small group. We know the names of some of these families. The Colonist family, for example, made their way to the north at this time, and it's confirmed by major discoveries that there was DNA evidence that reveals that they were in fact people. In the English city of Norwich, about the year 1290, about a dozen people were thrown down a well when this was discovered in the 21st century when they were doing construction for a shopping mall and they found this closed up well, and inside it there's this horrific discovery of all these bodies crumpled up, all thrown in there at the same time. And they were able to analyze the DNA of the bones and discover that in fact they were very similar to modern day Jews. And in fact, their DNA, natural, was discovered in the city of Erfurt, Germany, a Jewish cemetery there that we suspected in advance that the people buried there were Jewish because of historical data. People working with the skeletons asked for appropriate religious guidance, so that you could work with the DNA in teeth that have been separated from the bones about analyzing the DNA of those teeth, because Judaism has a very, very high threshold of permissibility to disinter corpses or to rebury them, things like that. So they studied the separated teeth of these 33 bodies that they found, which is just like the trove that was found in Woodbridge. These people were also closely related, very closely related to modern Ashkenazi Jews. And there's a kind of genetics bottleneck where, as opposed to having all kinds of people mixing together in their interests, there's this small group of people associated with modern day Ashkenazi Jews who basically only marry each other, which obviously has some genetic challenges, but there are certain diseases that are associated with Ashkenazi Jews, including, for example, the BRCA gene that is related to breast cancer, cystic fibrosis, Taik, all kinds of things like that. Ashkenazi Jews, before they get married, they typically use modern technology to screen themselves to make sure that they are acceptable as partners that maybe they're. At any rate, we basically have a really narrow bandwidth of potential marriage partners for the next 700 years. And the modern Ashkenazi Jews are genetically very related to that founder generation, that founder that probably had one last detail before we come to that path that will help clarify this. There's a strange supposition that's been around since the 1970s that perhaps Ashkenazi Jews will eventually retreat more to the east. They would be Semitic expelled from Western Europe by anti-Semitic pressures, and they would be invited to Eastern Europe. That would be Lithuania, Poland, Ukraine in particular, would be invited to Eastern Europe for economic reasons. The proximity to the Tsars, Turkish tribes, the Khazars, who has, around which there is a legend that they converted to Jews in the 8th century, that in fact this argument of that modern Jews are descended from those Khazarians rather than from the Middle Eastern Jews of Italians. So DNA research does not support this particular thesis. What does it actually look like? Here is a map of all those remarkable DNA studies. The purple lines are the most important for our purposes. God, after the first century, or after the Jews' origin was expected to Slugs, and then continue on in the 9th century and up into northern Europe. There are also Jews that are kind of making their way across the coast of North Africa. That's the Turk line, and they developed a very late central in Spain. And then those Jews from Spain really later mixed with the Ashkenazi Jews. Ultimately, those who were number 3. So large Ashkenazi populations very far east, where they become much more dominant in the Commonwealth.
Mr. Perry,
So that's basically the charting of major
how you living, girl?
tractable population. Jews, which largely corresponds to
You can ask me the name.
Italian
You can ask me the name.
look at
Are you ready for me?
Ashkenazi Jews in their fort that was in 1350 discovery. The Ashkenazi Jews there have about 15 to 45% of their DNA
Bingo.
going into the Middle East populations that was to be maintained. Israelite Jewish population. And about 45%, that's very large.
Oh, look at you.
Large amount of
Nine.
DNA.
That one come over.
Italian.
That's how you start.
They lived for several centuries. That's basically how Jews got into Europe. Perfect. So you have
That's what I'm talking about. That's how you start.
About the 13th century, then we begin to see them pick up a little bit. The largest
Yeah.
which is in northern Germany, just a little bit to the west, like this. Don't forget that the draining out of swamps, bogs that made up later was not really deeply underway until the 19th century. So it was like not to visit there anyway. Nevertheless, we begin to see isolated references of mainly traveling Jews who end up in this region as well as in the 15th century. They're described frequently as merchants or as moneylenders, but they're really scattered references. This continues increasingly over the 14th century, but really big things happen in the 15th century.
That's all right.
This map is also
Down.
is a map that describes the British, the Spanish, and
That's
the
what I'm talking about.
in the wake of the great expulsion of 1492, the forced conversion of Portugal in 1497, and the associated exodus of Jews from that region as well. And let's just pause for a second about what is going on here with this. To understand the Spanish expulsion and its massive impact on European Jewish history, we really have to go back to about 100 years before the expulsion, 1391. It was at that point a series of riots directed at Jewish populations throughout the Iberian Peninsula, and one of the mutual consequences of the riots was a massive number of forced conversions. In other words, you had masses of imagery presence descending on Jewish communities and demanding that they were told you had a million, tens of thousands of Jews who were elected to undergo the ritual practice, often done right then and there on the holy water spot, and Jews were kind of like, deeply confused about what this actually meant. The church, which had long condemned this practice
On the way.
nevertheless was kind of trapped in this ideological position that once a person is baptized, even if it was done under duress, they are going to be restoration. And so you have this unusual situation that lasted for about a century, where you had these people who consider themselves Jewish, and yet were legally Christian under all of the anti-Semitic restrictions that had required them to live in certain regions, and everybody to have certain regulations.
Come on. There we go. Yay.
All of a sudden, it's as if they received Christian driver's licenses So you have this phenomenon. There is a spectrum. There are some Jews who became true believers and deeply committed themselves to Christianity, while others who were deeply resentful of the imposition of Christianity on them, and who go to tremendous lengths to practice Judaism in secret if necessary. And then you had people in between, people who were willing to go along to get along, but still considered themselves very Jewish and married other crypto Jews, or as they were called, conversos or Christians. So Jews actually, I'm talking about now these crypto Jews, they actually succeeded under this social environment because they were no longer held down by these artificial restraints that society had placed on them as Jews. And they rose up into every area of human endeavor, with the possible exception of subsistence farming, because they were illiterate, they were urbanized, they had a very high level of education. And so over the next 100 years, they were from 1391 until the eventual establishment of this phenomenon where it was like a class. This is a serious people who trace their origins back to the Jewish roots, and they have been extremely active in the Jewish
There's a guy that was good. That was the shot.
in Spanish society and even in the church. So when we get closer to the end of the 15th century, the church decides that this crown in Spain decides that they're going to set Douglas, and they institute the Spanish Inquisition, which was not technically speaking directed at Jews who were not baptized. It was directed at Jews and their descendants who had been baptized and yet were not behaving all of the requirements of Christians, or more significantly, they were not believed to be behaving in this manner. And so we had some church-like set up where they would arrest these suspected people of Judaism, torture them, torture, and how they tortured these people, all kinds of people that they also this was information provided under duress is not very reliable, but Spanish Inquisition would get all of eventually society got great out of right. So by 1492, Torquemada, the Grand Inquisitor, also created about a lot of years of that stuff going on there. Argued that why is
Sweet dreams.
The reason is because they are still non-baptized, legally practicing Jews in our society. They're still maintaining schools, they're still maintaining kosher meat shops, and they're still maintaining, Leviticus services. And so the crypto Jews are always being drawn back to these sources of intellectual, spiritual oppression. So Torquemada argued persuasively, or Isabella that all of the Jews have to be conversed by, not the baptized Jews, because they're technically Christians, but all of the regular must be excluded from the And that was in fact what happened in 1492. There was a massive exodus, as you can see from the red lines, where they're headed to North Africa, they're headed to the Mediterranean basin. Constantinople was the refuge for them, and then they would go back to Israel, where they could the kernel.
That's all we can do.
The most significant
I don't understand.
Across the border to Portugal. What happened there was especially significant because Manuel the First decided that it was not expedient to expel these Jews.
Right, I get that too. People just think that the only people who use the internet are between the ages of 18 and 24. I know. We started the internet.
Started this all off back in 1391. Made all kinds of promises like, we're just going to do this, there's going to be no Inquisition, there's going to
doesn't want to hear
Portugal. Many of them went to Brazil. There's a bunch of Portuguese there. Some of them ended up moved next to the area, which was would be New York City, and a lot of them went to Netherlands. And this massive flux of these interesting people who call themselves a separate nation, Portuguese Knights, Portuguese nation, who were basically Jews still thinking of themselves as Jews. They are building synagogues, praying together, marrying within their own families, and yet they all trace their origin back to Portugal specifically. And when they had status as Christians, they could travel to other countries, they could travel to England, where the Jews had been raided and persecuted, and they became extremely important in the mercantile world with their connections in many of these other countries, Jewish connections, and they're extremely important for the advancement of the economy. And so if you think back to what's going on in the Netherlands, they have this idea of the Dogen, right? Illegal, but artificially tolerated. Well, who was controlling the others at that point? And there was a lot of Spanish influence involved. They basically, this Portuguese people, we know that they're probably doing something kind of fishy, kind of Jewish in their homes and things like that, but they're not bothering anyone else. They're not specifically involved with training agricultural land, but they are contributing to society through their mercantile activity, they're keeping their head down, not bothering anyone. So why should we persecute them? This was also in line with the form of Protestantism that was very strong in this region, in contrast to Lutheranism, which is much more prevalent in parts of Germany. Calvinism was more of a tolerant version of Calvinism that held to kind of Luther's original position that Jesus was born a Jew and so on, and there was no reason to persecute the Jews. So these Portuguese Jews were the first to make a really strong communal foothold in the Netherlands and establish communities there. Officially only in 1608, but most likely they had been there for decades prior. They just began to be more open about their Jewish identity in the early 17th century. And they succeeded. They were tolerated, they had permission to establish synagogues, they printed prayer books, things like that. And later on, joined by folks of Ashkenazi, who were coming from Eastern Europe, particularly in the wake of the Khmelnytsky uprising of 1638-39. Ironically, we live in an era that used to be Ashkenaz-centric, just the way the population movements in the Jewish world work. Western Europe and North America is predominantly Ashkenazic. That tends to be a wealthier part of the world, and so we have this stereotype of Ashkenazi kind of being the big brothers helping out the Sephardim and Portuguese Jews who are the younger brothers. In reality, at this time, definitely the opposite. The Ashkenazi were the needy immigrant Jews, and the Portuguese were the well-established wealthy Jews who demonstrated tremendous generosity and largesse in caring for massive influx of Ashkenazi Jews. But that's one of the things that makes the Netherlands so fascinating in history, is it's one of these meeting places of multiple Jewish populations with very different attitudes and very different perspectives on life and the world, and it creates some of the most fascinating ideologies. And that's what we see especially happening. Perhaps the most famous Jewish inhabitants of this region are Spinoza, and there's a distant second here, not even second, but famous for me anyway, Uriel da Costa. This is a remarkable painting that, if you've heard any of my lectures on Costa before, please forgive me because I returned to this figure quite often. It's someone that I think is extremely important for our understanding of Jewish modernity. Uriel da Costa was a Portuguese Jew who, like many, did not learn his Jewish identity until he was a teenager. It's very dangerous, of course, for Portuguese Jewish parents to tell their kids that they were in fact Jewish, because that could like put a whole position down on him. So his parents ultimately developed some identity to him. He had already earned a degree from the University of Taik in theology, and elsewhere in Europe as well. But he was unable to fit in with Dutch society, Dutch Jewish society, because largely he had this, this idea of what Jews should be like that entirely on the Christian version of the Hebrew Scriptures, the Old Testament. He read about Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, and Moses, and David, and he thought, wow, Jews are so fantastic. But when God's answering, he saw they were regular people, that they were sometimes, not so careful with their language, sometimes not really demonstrate eyes that other bit integrity and God. He became quite a bit of a gadfly on the community, and he took it to extremes. He actually published books criticizing the Jews from within, but pretty nasty kind of criticism. Ultimately, he was excommunicated by the Dutch Jewish community more than he was. And after a third, he kept on coming back some years after him and like be separated. Ultimately, after the third ritually humiliating rapprochement, he decided that he should rather take his own life. He died by suicide. Actually, a 12-page suicide. Then moving up from example of he died an example of his human life that says a lot about what Jewish identity they see in sitting on his lap in this remarkable picture, you can see that the husband has this, he's all dressed in black, and has this kind of like claw-like grip on the edge of the chair, this 1,000-yard stare, looks very somber and even really morbid. And sitting on his lap is this, carefree boy with long golden curls, languidly holding onto some flowers while looking askance at the text of a book that's supposed to represent Spinoza. And in fact, they do overlap about this many years in Amsterdam. Spinoza went through much the same process as Acosta did, but unlike Acosta, he was able to somehow simply say, well, okay, that's fine. I'm not too worried about it. I'm going to go on my merry way. And here, the same artist in 1907, a few years later, to this version of Spinoza excommunicated. He was a Jewish blinder who became very interested in other perspectives on the Bible, and he essentially invented what we call the rabbinical theist. There's a lot more to say about Spinoza, more than I can expect here, that in many ways he is an architect of modern philosophy. He was also excoriated by the community. He felt that his ideals were not only antithetical to Judaism, but they were also antithetical to the protection of the community, because the Amsterdam Jewish community did not want to rely on this idea of being people that were initially tolerated. They wanted everyone to stay in line and have their ties on and look proper. And they regarded some nature of fear, whereas in this painting you see the attitude of, oh, sorry about that, but I'm much more sort of Spinoza than this. He is indicative of the intellectual ferment of the Jewish community there, for good or ill, depending on how you understand this stuff. It was a place of tremendous activity, tremendous exchange of ideas, huge center of printing. You may recognize this frontispiece from the Amsterdam Agenda, which is a landmark in printing of copper engravings that illustrated that Agenda hundreds of thousands of Jewish tables that he passed over. It was illustrated by Abraham Bar stating convert to Judaism who lived in Amsterdam. This picture, which depicts the artist himself as being none other than Prophet Jonah, being tossed over into the waves, swallowed up by that sea creature, and then he is finally deposited on solid ground. Abraham Bar Yaakov signed his name at the bottom there. Clearly saw himself as someone who was lost in the sea of intellectual ferment and found his home ultimately in Judaism, that became a very important master copper engraver. And his work has been seen at the tables of who knows how many untold families here in America, because one of the most famous agendas that's widely used, primarily because it was available for free. You look at the grocery store, the Passover agenda published by Maxwell House Coffee Company is essentially Amsterdam. I've got a bunch of couple of iterations, but for the longest time it was the Amsterdam German. So we get to the 20th century, and it's very quickly. Jews are finding themselves very much at home in French society, and one of the most heroic moments came at the lowest point in history, specifically during the Holocaust. One of the things that is really unprecedented in Europe during the period of Nazi occupation is a widespread general strike that began in Amsterdam, specifically in protest of the treatment of Jews in that city by the Nazis. You can see here a document that circulated. These strikes, stack, which means strike. You get a sense of the anger that average workers in Amsterdam felt over the abuse of their traditional tolerance that had been extended to Jews. This strike was, as you might imagine, horribly and brutally truncated by the Nazis, who used collective punishment, which was their go-to tool for controlling discipline, and it was crushed within a matter of years. But nevertheless, it is the only one of its example in all of Nazi propaganda. This is a wonderful statue that was erected to memorialize that general strike. It shows a dock worker, and as you can see from these remarkable pieces, I'm sorry I forgot the name of the artist who constructed it. I have a separate video where they talk about it. The artist has chosen not to portray some kind of like neo-Soviet hero, pectorals and the lantern jaw and things like that, which would have been really a travesty in this kind of example, because the Nazis also liked that kind of heroic, artificial Superman type art. This is like, he looks like he's late 30s, early 40s, he's overweight, he's just a regular working Joe, but he's looking up to the sky, and his hands are like slowly clenching as he begins to feel the anger at how Jews are being treated, his fellow citizens in Amsterdam. And as his anger builds, he becomes resolved to engage in this general strike. It's very, very touching and worthwhile statue. I can't wait to see it. Unfortunately, the larger story of the Holocaust is not one of great heroism. In Amsterdam, in particular, of course, that's where Anne Frank was reported and lost her life after recording her thoughts in an article diary later published. In fact, Amsterdam had a horrific demographic impact under the Holocaust, worse than most other countries. That's the sad reality. But after the Holocaust, with the influx, in particular, of refugees from Eastern Europe, the Jewish people as well as the Jewish population virtually reconstituted in these regions, and can succeed and thrive once again. So I'm looking forward to seeing this in person in a few months. Those who are on the call, if you are able to join us, it would be great to have you. I'm going to conclude my presentation now, and I'm going to turn to the Q&A to see if there's anything I can answer them. Thank you very much for your attention and your attendance. Okay, so let's see what I've got for Q&A. Stacey Ann, thanks for letting me attend. You're most welcome. Mr. Lynch asks about Spinoza's parents and uses the term Marano. This term Marano is kind of fallen out of favor in the scholarly world because it literally means big, and it was a term of opprobrium that was used to describe those people who were technically Christian but still practicing Judaism. Current terms of crypto-Jew or Muslim or even Christian, which was the church term. So Spinoza might have descended from his Portuguese crypto-Jews. Ms. Torres asks, Queen Isabella we're trying to have this Turkana because we want to confiscate property and money from the wealthy Jews, who were forced, because the Jews were forced to leave them behind, and that way they could fund their war primarily against Muslims to the south. That is quite true. In fact, one of the expulsion of Jews, primarily economic. Was it a function of the economics of the region, or was it a function of ideology? For them, as you know, the Hebrews, and they really wanted to get rid of all Christians from the Iberian Peninsula. They could not only totally Muslim, but also Muslim, and they wanted to also drive out the Islamic influence. And it's a massive debate. My opinion, I think the truth is somewhere between those two extremes, but the crown definitely stood to benefit from the seized property of the expelled Jews. They got into a lot of trouble later because there were still debts owed, and that had to be dealt with. Christians were well entwined into many of these economic arrangements, so it was not just a simple matter to simply steal money and kick them out. It was something that required quite a bit of disengagement in that century. Stacey Ann reads that among the Jewish studies, the Spanish Jews were embarrassed by the poor Jews who descended on to the English Empire. This is unfortunately a phenomenon that you will see from time to time in Jewish history. The Italian Jews were also, they had very enthusiasm for accepting some of these Spanish immigrants. In other cases, in New York, for example, the earlier first from Spain and Portugal, and then later from Germany, didn't have quite as good about the Jews who were coming from Ukraine and Poland and Lithuania. So it is a phenomenon that repeats itself, unfortunately, in time Jewish history. In Amsterdam specifically, the Portuguese did have a very strong consciousness of the need to support themselves and their own charities first, but the bulk of their charitable donations actually went to Ashkenazim, which is really quite fascinating. Mr. Boston writes, how possible the Dutch left tolerance striking against that treatment of the Jews who was devastating spirits of the Holocaust? That is indeed a very important question. I think the key variable that has to be isolated is the degree of collaboration of local populations with the destruction of the Jewish population. And that's something that is not simple to answer, particularly in a short video like that. We should recall that the Nazis had a very different attitudes towards how they occupied states in the West, and regarded them as their racial equal, and how they treated states in the East, like Poland, for example, but which they regarded as their racial enemies. And the degree to which the local population cooperate with the Nazis was highly correlated with the treatment they received from the Nazis, which was very, very difficult. So your question requires far more attention to devotion. Thank you. What's the part of the video on YouTube channel? Yeah, I would click on there. And Mr. Barrett asked my opinion on Jewish or Rosa. Please have a look at my channel. There's a lecture there. We're discussing the details. Okay, that's it. Thank you guys for your time. Thank you all very much for joining me. I think it would be great if we could work together in person on this cruise. If that's not possible for you, then very happy to communicate. My research, as I mentioned, over the next few months on my YouTube channel. Thank you very much for the webinar. We all have a fantastic day. a lot of research lately in preparation for our visit to the Netherlands with Kosher Riverboat Cruises. And I came across this one individual who was so fascinating that I have to share his life story with you. His name is Lopo Ramirez, and he also had an alias named David Curia. And the reason for his alias is specifically because he was a crypto Jew from Portugal who went to Amsterdam, decided to start living as a Jew and became a very prominent individual on many different planes of his career. So let's go into his story. First of all, he was born in Lisbon, Portugal in 1594. That is almost a century after the forced conversion of the Jews of Portugal, which resulted in several generations of crypto Jews, Jews who were forced to exhibit the external lifestyle of Christians, but internally they had various degrees of relationship to their Jewish identity. As we've discussed in many other classes, this gave them unusual advantages in society because Christians, they were no longer bound by anti-Semitic restrictions, not allowing them to attend higher education or travel over businesses, all kinds of things. But nevertheless, to varying degrees, these families maintained some internal Jewish identity, married amongst themselves, and so on. He was a great example of the resilience and the courage and the ingenuity of Portuguese Jewry that developed over several generations of this bizarre kind of dual lifestyle. When he ends up moving to Amsterdam and later Antwerp, he was a founder of the communities there. Very fascinating. Okay, so the name Curiel, which is his Jewish name, probably came from one individual named Curiel del Duero, who came from Castile in Spain. And he had already emigrated with the 1492 expulsion of the Jews, and then was caught up in the forced conversion of the Portuguese Jews a few years later. He settled Coimbra, which is a fascinating place. We've also visited in the past with Kosher Riverboat Cruises. Has a tremendous university there, very deeply associated with a lot of crypto Jews as well. Perhaps the most important person in the family background is a woman named Abigail, who was also a crypto Jew, and she was also in a relationship with another crypto Jew who had already attained the status of Portuguese nobility. His name was Jerónimo de Saldanha. So that meant that all of her children had both crypto Jewish background and Portuguese noble background. By the turn of the 16th century, however, the family was in a bit of a crisis because there were letters that were exchanged between the Portuguese members of the family and some of the Italian members of the family, and those letters were discovered, and this essentially outed the Portuguese members as being crypto Jews. So the Portuguese branch of the family had to start to flee Portugal, and many of them ended up in Amsterdam, which was a safe haven for Jews. So that's where we get to our individual Ramirez. Father was Jerónimo Núñez Ramirez. This is a very common name associated with these crypto Jewish families. He was a famous doctor in Lisbon who was very much involved in practicing and teaching Judaism secretly. We know this, by the way, because when some of the relatives of the family were arrested by the Inquisition, they kept trial transcripts of the tortures and the confessions and things like that. And so we actually have this sad, tragic record of what was actually going on. So when Ramirez died in 1609, he was a very prominent individual, and especially doctors held a lot of sway, so frequently they were included from a certain degree of persecution. But once he died, his family was exposed. So Ramirez's wife and his children fled first to France. Our protagonist, Lopo, was 15 years old at the time. They lived in France for a while, but his mother died 5 years later, and Lopo, with a younger sister, ended up moving to Amsterdam. In Amsterdam, he ended up rising as a very successful businessman using connections with the local Portuguese Jewish community. He ended up becoming extremely successful in both the jewelry and the perfume trades, including raising these bizarre animals called the African civet cats that apparently excrete kind of a musk from their anal glands. I kind of went down a little bit of a rabbit hole looking at that particular aspect of the perfume industry. And anyhow, he got married to a woman named Maria de Pina, and don't be confused by that name Maria, even though it's a traditionally Christian name. Her actual name was Rachel Namar. She was a crypto Jew as well. So working in his trade, becoming extremely wealthy, he He was also highly regarded for his personal integrity, and he was named at the age of 24 to be the rabbi of the Beit Jacob synagogue in Amsterdam. Very, very important position, and he handled it very well. He was involved with a dispute that ended up in a breakaway minion, which happens all the time, and he managed to, sort of smooth out relations between the parent minion and the child minion, and make sure that the treasurers of both institutions were able to combine their funds to ensure that the poor of Amsterdam were to be properly treated by the charitable funds. He was later very influential, several decades later, in bringing together now 3 synagogues to form one single organization. So very much a sign of his business acumen, his personal integrity, and so on. There was a particularly dramatic moment in his life when he was 34 years old, and he was showing a stock of jewels to a customer from Germany. When he turned his back to the customer, and the customer attempted to murder him, slitting his throat. Miraculously, he survived by wrestling himself out of the grip of this customer. The attacker was then caught and was in fact tried and executed, and his corpse was sold to the University of Leiden for dissection. So you definitely do not want to mess with Loco Ramirez because, anyways, he had the whole episode had a huge impact on him. He had the whole episode recorded first in Portuguese and then translated into Hebrew verse to a long poem. He kept the scroll recording that particular story with him at all times whenever he traveled. And on Purim, the family would read this scroll every year alongside the Book of Esther. So it was kind of like his personal Purim story. Perhaps the reason why he was most famous, however, going well beyond what he did in the Jewish community, was that he ended up becoming very deeply involved in high-level diplomacy involving Spain and Portugal, which had significant tensions at this time. He was very much involved in lots of international affairs, working with both the Spanish and the Portuguese governments, and especially when Portugal seceded from Spain in 1640, Loco became a major promoter of his estranged homeland. And we see an unusual phenomenon here that actually shows up several times with these Portuguese Jews, that even when they are, estranged from their land, not able to return because of the Inquisition, they still bear a tremendous love for their home country. And in fact, in this case, Loco was knighted by the King of Portugal. He was made a formal knight, Caballero Hidalgo de Casa Real, but he could still not return to the homeland where he was officially a knight. Another great example of this is Raul Rodriguez de Castelo Branco, who took the Latin name Amatus Citatus, very famous Jewish doctor who was originally a crypto Jew, and his pen name Amatus Lusitanos means in Latin lover of Portugal. So once again, even though he could not return, he still had great love for his homeland. Now, the services he rendered to both Spain and Portugal were not always appropriately appreciated, even though he was named as a knight. The King of Portugal was advised, like that would-be thief from Germany, do not mess with Loco Ramirez. And he was told by ambassador, whatever you do, make sure you pay Loco Ramirez on time for his services because it can be quite dangerous. Where we would see this, perhaps, this other side of it is in a controversy that occurred a little bit later in his life. And I don't want to go into too many details here, but you can look at the little information box on the YouTube that will give you the link to an article where it's discussed in great detail. Basically, there were 3 Jewish men who married 3 sisters, so 3 brothers-in-law to each other. Loco Ramirez was one of them. One of the other brother-in-laws, a very wealthy man, died in 1641, and he left his massive fortune to his orphaned 4-month-old daughter. His wife had already passed away, and he named his 2 brothers-in-law, including Loco, as the guardians of this unfortunate child. So here's Loco and his other brother-in-law taking care of this 4-month-old daughter, who is hugely wealthy because her father left her a massive amount of money, but none of the estate was left to the aunts, the 3 sisters, 2 sisters. One, of course, passed away, meaning Ramirez's wife and his sister-in-law. So at a certain point later on, the brothers-in-law sought to use a legal technicality to try and claim some of that money themselves. This was viewed with tremendous disdain by the Amsterdam Jewish community, and the Mahamad, which is essentially the formal Kehillah organization, formal community, placed both of the brothers-in-law, including our local Ramiras, in Nidui, which is a form of ostracism that is one level short of Keren, which is a much more stringent ban, sometimes called excommunication. In general, the Amsterdam Jewish community used Nidui and Keren quite frequently. You may be familiar with the case involving Baruch Spinoza, Ula da Costa, and others. So this status of Nidui lasted a very long time, and Lobo Ramirez himself, because he's a very proud man, he had tremendous achievements, very wealthy, he ended up organizing for himself the possibility of living openly as a Jew in Antwerp. This was something that was not done at all, but he had many connections with the ruling authorities. And even though the papal nuncio himself opposed allowing Lopo Ramirez to move to Antwerp and to set up there, he nevertheless was allowed to do so. He was not allowed to, however, build a synagogue there, but he could have, guests, so on. And in fact, some travelers report that he had all kinds of people coming for Sukkot, and they lived in tents openly during that holiday. Fascinating. Eventually, the whole case was resolved, and after 13 years, Lobo Ramirez came back to Amsterdam. He apologized. He paid a massive reconciliation payment to make amends by donating to charity, and ultimately, he regarded Amsterdam as his home. He was passed away in Rotterdam, but he was taken to Amsterdam for burial. Fascinating story. Lobo Ramirez, David Clinton. Okay, I hope you enjoy this, and I hope you'll be able to come with us on this trip to the Netherlands, which promises to be absolutely fascinating. And if you're not, then God willing,